Today we're in Anexact Aescapes with Sovona Ghatak, and which is a Rhino and Sub-D webinar. I'm sure all of you are familiar with Savona's work if you've joined this webinar. Very unique style of work. So let me introduce you, Sovona. So Sovona is an architect and artist based in Delhi, India, having founded their independently run design studio, Space and Fractious. She has professional experience across multiple disciplines and scales. Sovona is investigating the intersection of art, architecture, and philosophy. She has done various national and international collaboration and commission projects. Her works transverse the ethereal boundaries between art and architecture, being and non-being, material and memory. Her and Fractious paintings and prints are shipped worldwide and have traveled to many cities, including London, New York, Miami, Richmond, Ahmedabad, etc. Sovona is currently an MR2 candidate at Harvard University Graduate School of Design for the year 2023 in Massachusetts. And previously, she has worked with New Karim in Mumbai and Design Excelsior in New Delhi. So, welcome, Sovona. Great to have you, as always. And yeah, you know how this goes by now. I'll be around here. Can you just check your audio is working? Because I didn't hear you just say yes.
Am I audible?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it is. Yeah. Maybe just for a second it wasn't.
Okay. Okay. Great. All right. Thanks for the introduction, Mike. And
yeah,
hi, everyone.
I'll be here.
Thank you. Okay. All right. I'll just share my screen in a bit, but I think I'll just talk a little bit before I do that. So I think before we begin, I will just introduce the workshop or webinar to you all, although I know like everyone might have read the brief, but I'll just do a quick introduction for all of us who's joining us today. So like this is the second Anexact Escapes webinar, and like the previous webinar, we will be focusing on generating a complex architecture or abstract composition, which we usually make in the conceptual stage of any project. And we'll be focusing on the quality of articulations, how masses interact with each other. And it will be about quickly developing these conceptual models. And for this particular session, we'll be assuming that these architectural objects or these experiments that we'll be doing, they inhabit in a fictional or a digital space. So like you can go ahead and upload the model in digital platforms like Sansar and create a digital space using them, etc. And also, like I see this webinar as a way to generate ideas, brainstorming about architectural masses and articulations. So like, please feel free to be wild and explore as like, you want to while following along the tutorial. And we'll try to keep the workshop as interactive as possible. So all your questions are welcome. And we would also like to see your progress images of the model or composition that you're working on. So just drop those screenshots in the chat. And maybe you can also share the stories and tag us. So, I mean, what I would really like is, having these 5 hours together, we can, like make something nice in these 5 hours. And now about the structure of the webinar. It's basically divided into 2 broad parts. The first part of the webinar will be dealing with the NURBS-based modeling. And the second half would be about the sub-D modeling in Rhino and how you can integrate the NURBS and sub-D together. And I think it is the most important feature in Rhino that you can work both with NURBS and sub-D. And that's what we want to take advantage of in this webinar. Okay. Another thing is that, like, I think you must have received this file with a digital drawing or a sketch. So what we are doing for this webinar is that we'll be basing our resulting model on a sketch. But like, this is something I like to do, like rather than using a sketch as an end goal, we will be using the sketch just as a starting point and then taking the sketch forward while developing a 3D composition. But like, it's not really an end goal per se. So we'll try to take it as far as we can and utilize in various different ways. And about the resulting architectural composition, which would be a complex form, it might be suggestive of these architectural spaces or some elements like windows and pergolas or what we like, those sorts of things. But mostly like we're interested in the forms that say are complex or Anexact, as I like to call them, and which moves towards this high density. So that's like an intro of the webinar. And I'll just share my screen. And I'm going to turn off my video because I'm not sure if there will be a lag.
Restart. I forgot to mention to everyone. We sent an email before the webinar. You should have it. That also has the link and other information that you'll need. If you don't see it, you'll have to check your spam. And when you have, if you have any questions, please use the Q&A button. If you see the buttons at the bottom, like where all the other buttons are for Zoom, there's one that says Q&A. Use that for questions so we can keep easier track of it. And if you're chatting in the chat box, make sure you switch it to say to everyone. Otherwise, you're just writing to me. That's it. Thanks.
So, like, since I was talking about NURBS and sub-D, like I would just like to give a brief idea of what those things are for, the beginners here. So basically, like NURBS, as you can see in the screen, like what we do is that, like just to give a basic idea, like we are using splines that for representing curves and surfaces. Like it gives us a lot of flexibility and also precision for handling our models. For example, like you make a curve, like these curves are just like, yeah, using this icon on the left. And if you're using these two curves and then you sort of try to loft them, like this is basically, how you do NURBS-based modeling. Or say if you have a rectangle or like this sort of a geometry, you extrude them. You extrude this profile. So mostly NURBS-based modeling, you are dealing with, say, curves and like these surfaces and polysurfaces and all that. With the sub-D modeling, you are basically playing with some sort of a mesh where you have a greater control on the object. Like it gives you access to, say, the edges of the surface or the control points or even the faces, for example. That is not to say that you can't really do that in the NURBS-based modeling, because, say, for example, I can choose this edge and also, like, say, manipulate it or move it. But the degree of control that you get in the sub-D modeling, I think it's more, and I think it's more smoother in that sense, because after some point, like this model starts to sort of become weird. For example, if I'm moving these points, and so, this sort of thing, like at some point, it starts to break. But with sub-D modeling, it gives you this like really nice control over your object or the model that you're dealing with. So the biggest difference, I think, between the NURBS-based modeling and the sub-D is how you add this local control in any surface or any object that you're dealing with. Okay. So like, since this webinar is a beginner and intermediate level Rhino modeling, I would be dedicating a couple of minutes to explain the Rhino interface and how to navigate in the space for those of you who might be opening Rhino for the first time. Okay, so like when you open the screen, the first thing that you see is the command history bar, which is basically displays the previous commands or prompts that you have been using. So on the right-hand side, if you click on this arrow, you can see all the commands that you have been using. And right next to that or below that is the command prompt, where you type your commands and there are sub options that are available. So mostly, especially when you're doing nerves-based modeling, what I really like about Rhino, or those of you who have been working with AutoCAD, for example, you just have to type in the commands, like say, if I want to call a command called extrude curve. So you just type in and then, like play with it, basically. And then another thing is, I'll do that again. Say, yeah, I type in the command extrude curve and it asks you, like it tells you what you have to do basically. So you select the curve to extrude, and then when you press enter, then there are these sub options that come up. So this is something that you would like, pay attention to, that, for example, in terms of whether you want it to be a solid or not, like at least for now, in this case, we just have this open curve. But for example, I make a closed curve and I want to extrude it. And if I want it to be solid, then it gives me this sort of result, because in the sub options, the solid option is on. But in case if you don't want it to be a solid extrusion, and if you click on this, then it gives you more like a surface, basically extrudes the curve and it gives you a resulting surface. So that's about the command prompt. Then you have these toolbars that is on the left and on the top, which are basically these graphical icons for initiating the commands. So for example, if you want to make a curve, you can use this. So I think it's pretty explanatory in the sense. And if, for example, you don't know what this icon means, if you just hover your mouse over it, you can see like what these icons and like these commands, what do they do? For example, like rectangle, and then there are these Boolean unions and different sort of. So like different sorts of techniques, I think we will be going through them while we'll be working on the model. But these are, I think, on the left-hand side, you have this toolbar. And the other thing about the interface of the Rhino is that you have these 4 viewports, and all these viewports, they have different like options, in the sense that every viewport you can change the display mode. For example, right now we have the shaded mode on, but you can say have rendered and wireframe. So depending on whatever you prefer. So that like these are some of the options of the viewport. If you want to maximize a viewport, you can double click on this title and it maximizes it. And if you want to go back, you double click on it again and it takes you back to these standard 4 viewports that are there. Also, maybe sometimes you might want to change one of the viewports, and to do that, for example, if I have front here and maybe I want a back view. So you click on this small little arrow which is on the right, and you go to set view, and under set view you have, say, like you want to choose back. So you can sort of organize your viewports according to like your needs in that sense. All right, and on the bottom you have this thing called object snap control, in which basically you use it for object snapping, and it is useful for contrasting the marker to exact locations like midpoint and stuff like that. So for example, I want to make a line which starts from the middle part of this curve. So when I call the command line, and like if you try to hover your cursor around this curve, like it will tell you like, okay, this is the midpoint, or like this is the end point. So it's really helpful for this object snapping, and when you're dealing with multiple objects and you have to place one object next to each other or things like that. So for that, this this toolbar is important. If in case you, I'm sorry, if in case you don't see this object snap toolbar, what you can do is you can go to tools, and there's this thing called object snap, and under object snap you have this persistent object or snap dialog. So if you click on the left, it will give you this dialog box. And maybe, I think it comes as a separate dialog box, but you can always like dock it in your, in your interface. Next up, we have the menu bar, which basically groups the Rhino commands according to the functions, like say solid and subd, like all these are the menu bars. Also, like another thing about calling the commands, basically there are these three ways of calling commands in Rhino, and the mostly used one is where you just type in the command in the command prompt, and it calls command. But apart from that, you have this toolbar on the left, and also like these groups of like these different menu bars in which, like, you can just click on any icon and it calls the command. So that's pretty much it about the interface. I think last thing I would like to point is this properties panel, where it basically tells you, like currently, like since nothing is selected, it is telling us about the viewport which we have selected, because currently the perspective viewport is active. Then your camera's lens length and like all these properties. But if you select any object, it tells you what layer it is under, it tells you about the display color and stuff like that. But under the properties panel, you have these different tabs. So for example, the first one is about deals with the properties of the selected object. And then once you select an object, it sort of expands and also gives you information about the material that has been assigned to it, or the texture mapping about the object and things like that. And right next to it, currently I have, say, the layers tab on, which I think use a lot. But in case you want more tabs here, what you can do is that on the right hand side, you have this icon, which is basically options. And these are the different tabs that you can add on to this properties. For example, sometimes when you're working with renderings, you might want to have the sun tab on, and you might want to control that. So yeah, I would suggest to look into these different sorts of options that are available for the properties too. Okay, so that's, I think, pretty much it about the viewports, and also basic introduction to the Rhino interface. Now, what we're going to do is the file that I sent to all of you, we will be opening that and we'll just start modeling things. And while we model, I think we might come across, say, some issues or problems, and then I can ask you if you are having any issues with navigating. But just to give a very basic introduction to the navigating in the Rhino. For selecting any object, you just basically click on that particular object and it selects that object for you. And as soon as you do that, you can see the properties toolbar, and it tells you which layer is it in and all that stuff, like I was talking about earlier. Another thing is that if you want to orbit around any object, you have to click the right button of your mouse and sort of move your mouse, and then you can orbit around in Rhino. For zooming in and zooming out, the scroll button, you can just like scroll it to zoom in and out of the Rhino interface. And for selecting, say, multiple objects in Rhino, for example, I want to select this one particular profile, and then I want to select, say, this another profile here. You just have to click Shift to select multiple objects. And for unselecting, say, for example, I have selected 3-4 objects together, and I want to unselect one of the objects. What you do is you hit Control and then select that object, and in that sense, it's sort of unselected. So for multiple selection, I will repeat that you have to use Shift while doing that. And for unselecting an object, you hit on Control, and yeah, it unselects the object for you and keeps the rest of selection on. All right. So another few basic things about the Rhino interface and how to navigate through Rhino, like some of the basic things I would just mention is that there is this command called options, which is useful when you say want to set up the units that you're working with in Rhino. So once you click options, it gives you this dialog box, and on the left you have these several options which you can change according to your preference. But like, just to give you a basic idea, for example, in units, if you click on that, right now the model units that has been set is feet, but you can go ahead and change it into like millimeters or so. For this webinar, I won't prefer doing that. But yeah, like this is what you can do. And also in terms of, sometimes you want to see the distance between the objects and stuff like that. For that also, you can change it either to decimal or fractional. For now, it's feet and inches. And also you can set the display, like the precision of the distance that it will be showing. So that's about the units. And also in terms of the display of, of your interface, you might want to change, say, the background color of your viewport. And for doing that, you go to appearance, and under appearance, there is colors. You can change the background color. If you double click on this, you can change the background color. Say, sometimes people prefer it black, but for me, I think this is fine. So you can just do, say, black, hit OK, and it changes your viewport's background. But for now, I think I'm just going to do restore defaults. That means that, whatever the default system is of Rhino, it takes you back to that. So yeah, and it's not just the background. There are these different things like, say, major grid line or the Z line and things like that. You can change the colors. So there are these like several options which you might want to explore. But the last two things that I want to tell you about, like, navigating through or operating in Rhino, which is helpful, is one thing is called the aliases, which basically you can set up a shortcut for any command that you want to call. And it's really handy because, I think it really increases the speed of your modeling if you have these sorts of things set up, because, in that sense, you don't have to write the command all the time. For example, I have set up ortho for me, or like offset. So for that, if you want to, okay, I think I'm going to delete one of this and show you how you can do that, how you can create an alias. So for example, I want to call, I'm just going to close this dialog box. And if you want to have a shortcut for offset, this is the one way I do it, that I'll just call this command and then copy this particular part. So I'll just select this text and hit Control-C. And I'll go to options again. And under options, you have aliases. And in this, you hit new. And now you want to give like a shortcut. And for that, maybe I want to say OF for this. And I think it maybe because I think it has retained what like the command I wanted to call. But if in case that doesn't happen in like your case, what you have to do is you just hit on Control-V, basically paste the command for you and hit OK. So whenever you say like OF, it calls the command for you directly. I mean, this is also very helpful because, like, say, for example, when you write extrude, there are several options for extrude, like say extrude curves, extrude mesh, and extrude surface. And sometimes, you like, it depends on like what you usually work on. But for example, you use extrude curves quite heavily. So this is the command which you want to call. So it's really helpful to have these shortcuts. I mean, it basically increases your speed of working and modeling. All right, I'm going to copy this command and show you another thing. That apart from the aliases, you also have this thing called keyboard, and under keyboard, you have these specific combinations of keys which you can press and it calls a command for you. For example, like, so on the right where you see command macros and on the left there is this key. So all of these are filled. So rest of them which appears to be incomplete, that means these are the keys that are available and you can use them to call any command. For example, I want to have a shortcut for extrude curve, and maybe I want to use Control-Shift-A. So I think you might have seen that I copied from the command bar here, the command. So what you do is you just click on this bar and you hit Control-V, and it copies the command for you, and you hit OK after that. So now when you hit Control-Shift-A, it calls the command for you. So this is something which is helpful, I think. So yeah, I think this is pretty much about navigating around Rhino. And I think I'm just going to check chat once. If there is. Okay. Please let me know if you have any questions about the Rhino interface. I think I can address that right now. If not, then maybe we can move on to, yeah, modeling. Okay, so I think we are clear until here. So this sketch that I shared, or this file that we shared with you has, you can see like this is the sketch. And this is basically like what I did was I traced one of the sketches that I made, and I can show you how to, do that. Like just give you a brief about, how do you deal with these abstract sketches if you have, or, if you want to use Sketch as a starting point. So for that, you want to import, say, any image of your sketch that is there. And you simply have to select that image. And if you drag and drop it here, it asks you about these image options. So I just hit, like this picture is fine. I just hit on click, and it asks you for the first corner of the picture. So I think one of the great things about Rhino for sure is that, in the command bar, if you see, it tells you, whatever it's asking for, and you have to almost follow along. So I think when I was a beginner, it was really helpful for me. So it asked me for the first corner, so I clicked that. And for the other corner, you don't have to do anything. You just need to like move the mouse, and it sort of scales it uniformly for you. And then you click once again, which is like left click. It basically imports the image for you. So the sketch that you see, it's more like a simplified, or how do you say, like an alteration of this sketch that you are seeing on the screen. So what I do is, like, after importing the image, I'll go ahead and I lock the object. And for that, you just have to type in lock, and it locks the object for you. Or, okay, one thing that is worth noting is that when you call the command, say lock, it asks you to select the object. You select it, and then it asks you to press enter when you're done. So it locks it. But you can work in a different way also, in the sense that you can select the object before, and then you can press the command or whatever you want to do to the object. In this case, you just want to lock it, and it locks it. So it sort of saves you one or two steps, but on the long run, it sort of is helpful in terms of the speed. Anyway, so after doing that, like this is literally basically tracing. So on the left, you see the control point curves, if you can see my mouse, and you just hit enter, or actually not hit enter, you just click on this icon, and then you start tracing these lines. So I think I'm just going to trace one or two lines for you and show how this thing works. So you start, say, from this particular point, and then you just point your mouse and try to trace it. And since like it's a control point curves, all the control points, what you can do is that, for example, if you're not happy with some location or if you want to manipulate the curve, you can just go ahead and click on one of these control points and you can move them around according to, your needs or whatever your preferences. So this sketch on the left was actually made by tracing it, and also like I did some changes to it. And for saving some time, what I also did was to make all of these as closed curves so that, operations like extrusion and all these things become easier and we don't spend much time on, yeah, like extruding and all this stuff. Okay. So I'm just going to unlock this image because I think I don't need it right now. And for that, I think you have seen, but you just type in unlock and it unlocks any object that you have logged in your Rhino viewport. You select and you just delete it. Okay. Now I'm going to double click on this and it's on the top view and it takes me to the standard view, the standard viewports. And now I'm going to click on perspective. Okay, I think there are some questions. How do you create the line in the perimeter shapes? Gavin, I think I'll explain that in a while. How do I do that? There's this command called tween, but we'll go about like, I think I'll explain it in a while. Okay. All right. Okay, so about, this process of modeling and how I model things, it is actually very fluid, but for this particular workshop, I will focus on one of the many ways to approach this abstract sketch that you see and develop this composition. So like you can, you don't really have to strictly follow the way I'm modeling. For example, I would like to see, say, different variations of it. But mostly what I do is like to begin with, we'll just start with the extrusions of these closed curves. But one of the things I think how I like to start with any abstract sketch, like the one which you saw before, is that sort of, I try to establish this hierarchy in terms, like in this case, it is in terms of the masses and the heights of masses. So if you go on your properties panel, and if you click on layers, you see like there are these 4 or 5 layers that I've marked, like that I've made, and you have, say, the primary, the secondary, and tertiary. So these are the different sorts of masses that we will be dealing with, and it has mostly to do with height in this particular model. And then there is this another thing called tween. That's the layer which I've kept these curves in that you can see. And then I have this thing called landscape, which is like an intended thing, but it's not necessarily that, we need to make a landscape out of it. Like, I think when I was working on this model or on that abstract sketch, I was thinking about, what if we make a pavilion out of, the sketch that I have. So like what we're going to do is that we're going to select, say, we're going to start modeling with the primary layer. So if you double click on any layer, it sort of turns on that layer for you. And what I'm going to do is that I'm going to select one particular profile. Maybe I will start with this and type in extrude curve. And it just gives you an extrusion. And for now, maybe we can have it as, say, if you have a distance in your mind, like for example, I'm thinking of 20 feet for now, and I just hit enter. After typing 20 feet, it gives you, this form. So I'm going to go ahead and do something similar to all these objects as well. But and maybe try to establish some sort of a hierarchy in terms of height. So I'll repeat, you just select the curve, or maybe you just type in the command extrude curve, and then it asks you which curve you want to extrude. You select that, you hit enter, and then you can give it a desired height that you want. Okay, I think in this case, it says that the curve selected to extrude includes self-intersecting curves, but I think we can just go ahead, just hit enter and continue with the extrusion. And try to be on the layers as like it's mentioned in the layer tab. For example, if you are trying to extrude this particular curve that is blue in color, so try to go to the layer secondary and then extrude the particular curve. I mean, it's helpful when you're rendering something and you want to apply these different materials on different layers. So it's helpful in that sense. So for example, now I would like to extrude the secondary masses. So for that, I'll just double click on, okay, there's a question. Yes. So Gavin is asking that we could technically select objects for all layer objects at once to extrude them at once. Yes, you can do that. That's not a problem really, because all these curves, they are closed curves, so that shouldn't be a problem. So for example, if you don't want to select, like do extrusion for one particular objects or like go one by one, what you can do for that is, say in case of these secondary masses, what you can do is you can go to the layer panels and right click on the layer, and there's this thing called select objects. So what it does is that it selects all the objects that is there under this particular layer that's called secondary, and you can try to extrude it. Hopefully, yeah. So since everything is closed curve, it is like there's no issue as such. But sometimes, if there is any, like if your curve is not closed or if there is any problem of that sort, then you might want to go individually to every object and extrude them. But in this case, what happens is that, it gives you this uniform height of all the objects, and you might want to change that, for example. So in that case, there are different ways of doing it. And one of the ways which I like to change the height of different objects is use this command called scale 1D, in which you select the object and you type in the command scale 1D, which basically is that you are scaling one dimension of the object. And in this case, it asks you, like, as soon as you write that, it asks you that what is the base point. So you select, say, one of the base points of this, and then it asks you for a scale factor. But what I like to do is I select the first point, and then I select the second point. And when you sort of hover or like drag your mouse, you can adjust the height of the object. So we'll go ahead and do the same thing where you feel like, you want to change the height of different objects here. And what I want to do is that, I mean, this is something that, this is personally, it's an opinion in a way, but like I'll try to keep these blue masses, the height of them relatively smaller than the red masses that you see. And in the tertiary layer, all the masses that are there, I'm going to keep it even relatively smaller when you compare to the other heights. So I'm going to type in the command scale 1D, select the object, hit enter. It asks you for the base point. I'll select the second point, which is this. And yeah, now maybe you want it to be, so since our objects map is on, and maybe you want the height of this particular object to be somewhere in the middle of the height of the object which is right next to it. So since your object snap is on, it like gives you an idea where the midpoint is. But if that bothers you, what sometimes I also like to do is that I'll go here, and I mean, I don't have to unselect or do anything with it. I'll just go here on the bottom, and there's this thing called disable in the object snap toolbar. I'll just hit on that. So, you know, it doesn't, so basically it disables the object snapping capabilities of Rhino in the sense. So it sometimes is easier for me to work in this way, but if you're obviously working with dimensions and all, for example, if you want a particular height of this mass, so if I hit scale 1D, I need to go ahead and click on this thing again. I'm going to select the first point and the second point, and then maybe I want to give it a height of say 4 feet. I just type in 4 and hit enter, and it gives you a height of 4 feet. If you want to check the height of that, for that, you need to just type in this command called distance. It asks you to select the first point, which is this, and the second point, and it gives you the distance in the command prompt, which says 4 feet. So I'm just going to change the height of these objects. Sometimes, you know, you also, there's this another thing which I really like to work with. It's called isolation of some objects. And what you basically, I mean, as the word suggests, you can isolate some of the objects in your Rhino and work particularly on that. For example, I want to work with these 3 objects that you see, and I don't want all the things in the surrounding to bother me. And for that, what I do is that I'll select these 3 objects. Like I said, for selecting multiple objects, you click Shift and then you click on the other objects. It basically helps you for multiple selection. You do that, and in the toolbars, under the visibility tab, there is this thing called isolate object, which is the 4th option. So if you click on this icon, it isolates this the selected objects for you. Now it becomes easier for me to, you know, just focus on this particular object, or yeah, and work on it. So in that way, it's really helpful. I'm going to select both of these objects and hit scale 1D, and it is going to scale both of them together. Maybe I will go back and see how this is working. So I think for this webinar, it's more about manual modeling and more like an intuitive way of modeling these forms. So yeah, maybe you would also like to move a particular object in the Z direction, and for that, it's very simple. You just select the object. Either you want to use your gumball. Oh, another thing I forgot to mention is that if you don't see that gumball, this like pivot, there is this option in the bottom, which is called gumball. If you unselect it, you don't see any gumball. If you select it, you get the pivot basically. So to move the object maybe in the vertical direction, you just click on the blue arrow, and if you click and drag, it moves in the vertical direction. But if you want it to be very precise, you click on that object and hit move. It asks you that which point you want to move from. Maybe I want it to be from this point. And now what happens is that I want to move it vertically, right? And it becomes a little difficult. Like you can eyeball and of course do that. But if you want it to be like very precise in terms of this vertical translation, what you can do is you go to move, and then under move, there are these 2 options. like normal or vertical, I like to go ahead and select vertical in this case. And then it asks you which point you want to move from. So that's maybe the base point of this object. And maybe you want to move until the mid point of, say, either this object, or maybe you want, yeah, so you can, point your cursor to the object until where you want to move this mass. So, okay. No, I think I want this to be a little smaller. Right. I want to increase the height of these two objects. Okay, once you're happy with your composition, I think I'm going to do some more manipulations. You can move ahead and do the same thing with the other layer, that's the tertiary layer. And for that, either now when I'm looking at this, this particular massing, I feel that it would be nice to have something which is even taller, but let's see how it works. So I'm going to go ahead and double click on the tertiary layer, and I'll right click on it and go to select object. It selects all the object that is under this layer, and I'll just isolate this. For now, I think I'll just hit on this particular like icon, which is isolate objects, but I have a shortcut already in my keyboard, which you can, like I said, that you can use aliases or the keyboard shortcuts for that. I'm just going to isolate that directly. And maybe I want to select all of this and extrude. Okay, now if you want, like, since you are in this isolation mode and you want to go back where, you can see all the objects together, for that, you can just type in the command called show or show all. One of them works really. So it takes you back to all these, all the objects that are there, and it displays it for you. Maybe I want to change the height of these as well. So I'm just going to go and do that quickly. Okay. So one of the ways to scale, sorry, I'm just going to go and delete this. Because I think there was one of the curves which was not closed curve. So another way of manipulating the height of these objects can also be, say, selecting the top surface of this particular object and moving it. So for that, you need to hit Control Shift and then point towards the particular surface. For example, in this case, it's this surface that I want to move. So it's Control Shift and you click on you click on that surface and it selects that particular surface of the object. And if you try to drag the z-axis, so this is another way of changing the height of the object rather than doing scale. So this is one way which is helpful, and I do that a lot. Okay. All right. And if you see any surfaces that, like, for example, in this case, you can just go ahead and delete this. All right. Now, I want to make a, like, before we move ahead, what I would like to do is I would like to make a copy of all these surfaces that you see, and then maybe work more on it. So like, I mean, because what we're going to do is that we're going to use, say, these curves or these particular objects for taking our model further. So for that, I'm going to go to this toolbar called Select, and here under Select, there's this icon which is called Select Polysurface. So I'll do that. So it selects all the polysurfaces that are there in in your viewport. And what I would like to do is that I would like to move them, but while moving them, I'll also hit Alt. So once you hit Alt and then you click on this particular axis and you drag it, it makes a copy for you. So this is one of the shortcuts. Or the other way of doing this is also, okay, what I want to do is that I want to select all the curves and hide them, and then maybe you want to make a copy of it. So for that, so the select toolbar is very much useful in terms of, you can select different things in your viewport. Like I selected polysurfaces in the first case, but now I want to select the curves. And for that, if you see this icon, it says select curves. So I can select all of the curves that are there in your model space and write this command called hide. It hides in all the curves. And I'm just gonna do a rectangular selection. For rectangular selection, you press the left button of your mouse and then you drag it to whatever direction you want. In this case, I'm dragging it towards the left. You select and you type in the command called copy. It asks you from the point you want to copy from, and you can copy it anywhere. But for example, you want to maybe copy it in the perpendicular direction, or you want to basically turn the ortho on in this case. So what you do is you click on Shift and it sort of copies it almost to this perpendicular direction of y-axis. Okay, and then you hit Escape and it takes you away from this command. Now I'm going to click Show, and okay, we'll just have this model for now. All right. Yes. Now, another way of manipulating these masses or like these objects that you see, which I like to do, is there's this command called cage edit, in which, okay, I'll just show you how this thing works. So you select an object, and I would like to isolate it for now. So for that, you go to select, visibility, and then you go to isolate. And there's this command called cage edit. So I think this is something which I used to use before we had sub-D modeling, because it sort of gives you a nice, how do you say, like nice way of manipulating an object. So you just click on cage edit. It asks you for the captive object. So in this case, the captive object is this mass, and then we hit enter. And now it asks you for a control object. So you don't have to like select a control object. What you can do is that you can click on bounding box. Okay, one of the things to note is that there are two ways of selecting the sub option that Rhino gives you. One is that you can directly go and select and like click on this option, or you can type in the letter which is which has this underline under it. So for example, if you want the option, say bounding box, so since there the letter B is underlined, you just hit B and enter, and then it asks you for this coordinate system. I usually like to keep it world, which is I think fine. And then it asks you about these parameters of the cage. And by parameters of the cage, it means the control points of the cage that will be there around this object. And I think for now, all these options are okay for me, but maybe for the Z point cloud, I would like to change it to 2, and you'll see what it means. And then you hit enter. enter again. And lastly, it asks you for the region to edit. And I usually prefer it global because I'll show you what it means. So it gives you this cage around the object. Now, if you, for example, change the location or transform these points, so I'll just go ahead and select, say, these 4 points. And for doing that, the first point, when you select it, you just click on it. For the second points, like it works the same way for choosing multiple objects. That is, you hit Shift and you click on these points as well. And maybe you once, and you sort of start to move it. So when you do that, it manipulates the your object which is inside this cage in almost a fluid or in a smooth way. So yeah, this is something I like to do. And it is very, I mean, we are going to use this command in various different ways. For now, I'm just using it for this one particular object, but like as we move along, I would like to use it also for the whole composition that we're working on. So this is like a quick way of making your model more dynamic and, you know, more fluid in the sense. So right now I was just playing with the z-axis, but you know what? You can go ahead and select, say, these points again. Oops. And you can also maybe move it towards the y-axis, and you know, it gives you more like this sloping wall or something. Okay. I mean, I necessarily don't hide or isolate the objects because I think I'm too used to working with it, but it really helps if you, okay, there is a question. Can we, yeah, Priyanshi, I think I'll show that again. All right. Right now it is intersecting with this, and I have a way of working with these two, which I'll explain in a while, but I'll just repeat the cage edit command again for the people who might not have followed. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to select the object and isolate it. And either you just go ahead and write cage edit, and it asks you for the captive object. The other way to do is you select the object and you type in cage edit, and it asks you to select the control object. And for that, I'm going to select the bounding box. So what it does, as you saw earlier, is that it creates this bounding box around the object that you select. So I'm just going to go and click bounding box, and it asks you for the coordinate system. I think for me, world is fine. I'm just going to click that. You can, go ahead and also see the various different options, but this is one way of dealing with this command, and that's how I usually work with this command. And then it asks you for these cage parameters. So these are basically the points of the bounding box that it gives you. So say in the X direction, okay, I'm just going to hit enter and show you what it means. And maybe, okay, so like since in the sub options you saw, in the X direction you have these 4 points, and in the Y directions also you have these 4 points. And since we changed the point cloud for the Z direction, it only gives you 2 points. But maybe you want to have, say, more points in the Z direction, and for that I'm going to go ahead and do case edit again, go to bounding box, click on world, and in the Z point cloud, I might change it to say 5. And the degrees basically means that how smooth the transformation is. So 3 basically means that like it's going to be like smoother. 1 means it's going to be almost like a low poly or like give you these sharp edges. So I think I'm going to go ahead and choose the Z degree as 3, hit enter. And I think once all of this is set, you hit enter and it gives you the bounding box. And for the region to edit, I think global is fine. So now you see you have these 5 control points on the Z direction. I hope this was clear. Priyanshi? Yeah. And now you can just go and either you want to move this upwards or select these points. For selecting multiple points, you want to hit shift and then select these multiple points. And then move them. Okay. I mean, one of the wild ways sometimes which I also like to do is that, you know, I'll just go ahead and do this rectangular selection of, say, these points that are there and give it like a very exaggerated move. But I think I like to do that with the overall composition rather than like these individual objects. Okay, there's questions. If you deselect the cage, how do you reactivate it? Okay, let's do that together. Cage, bounding box. I think it, you know, retains your so for example, in this case, I have this bounding box and of course it looks like that it's deselected, right? So what I do is that I'll just go and select this cage, and on the left hand side, you have like on your toolbar, there's this thing called show object control points. I'll go and hit on that and it turns on those points again for you. I hope you got this. And then when you select these points, oh, I think there was some issue when I made this bounding box. Did I? Yeah. Okay, let's try to do this again. I'll hit cage edit and then do bounding box. Wall is fine. I'll change the Z point to 2 because it becomes very complex. And then hit enter. Okay. So now you're saying that if you like deactivate the cage, right? So in this case, I think it retains your it retains the cage that you selected. So let's see, and I hope this works, but I think there is just another way also. So yeah, in this case, it has retained the cage for this particular object. So when you're changing it or when you're moving these points, it is also, you know, manipulating the object that is inside it. But if in case that doesn't happen, there is also this way where, you know, you select, you go and hit cage edit, and then you select the captive object, you press enter. And when it asks you for, no, I don't want to do it again. When it asks you for the control object, you just go and select this cage. And global is fine. And then, you know, it gives you back those options. I hope it was clear, Priyanshi. Oh, sorry, this was Gavin who was asking. Okay. Could you share all the commands that you're using this? So I think we'll be sharing the recording of this webinar with you all. So I think that might be helpful. You can just go and watch them again. I hope that's okay, but I think someone has already mentioned the commands that I have been using. Okay. So I'm going to quickly go and change, like manipulate the red masses using the cage edit command again. Okay, I'm just going to do it. Okay. Maybe at particular points, I would also like to select randomly these points. Okay, I think there are some questions. Like now I lost the control. So I'm going to do cage edit, select the captive object and select the control object. And it gives you back those control points. And maybe okay. And once you're done with the cage edit, you can go ahead and select the control cage and just hit delete. Deletes it for you. Yes. So if you select, say, 2-3 control points which you don't want and you want to unselect them, the command is same. Like what you have to do is if you hit control and you select them again, it unselects those control points for you. So, okay. Can you select? Okay, there are some questions. Can you select the individual control? I think usually you select the control points with this control, yeah, like with the cage edit, but we can try and see if that's possible. No, I think it is just through these control points that you can manipulate the object that is inside this cage. So what we did is that we individually were manipulating these forms or like these objects. What I might also like to do is maybe increase the height of these forms that we just manipulated. Either increase that or go ahead and select these tertiary masses and decrease the height of them, all of them together. So for that, I chose all the multiple like objects and I'm just doing scale 1D and I'm decreasing the height of these objects. Okay. think I'm not that happy with how this particular mask looks. So I'm just going to copy. So see, this helps that, since you have made a copy of this, you can just go ahead and you can sort of work backwards as well. So I'm just going to copy this object and select one reference point and then place it here again and delete this object that I manipulated, and maybe I would like to change it again. Another thing that please don't get confused between cage and cage edit. So with cage, it's just that you're making the cage out of it. But if you want to manipulate the object which is inside the cage, you need to choose the option cage edit and not just cage. I'm not going to isolate this time because I want to see how it looks relative to the other objects. Let me know if you guys need a break, okay? I mean, we can, okay, let's take a break in 10 minutes, if that's okay with you, or I can, yeah, go on. So, can you save the file to a load? Okay. All right. So if you, okay, I think I'll increase my pace if that's what you guys want. Okay. So I'm going to select all these objects together now and do a cage edit in a more global sense. So I'm going to select the bounding box, hit enter. And now, oops, oh, also, guys, please keep saving your file. Just hit Control Save, Control S, and it will save your file because, yeah, we don't want to lose any data. All right. So now what we're going to do is that we're going to do some Boolean operations with this mask that we have. So either we can do like Boolean operations of these particular objects, or we can do a Boolean operation on a more global level. But I think I'm going to just start small, and then maybe we can see how we can take it. I'm just going to go and select these objects and just hide them. So with Boolean, like there are these three ways of using the Boolean operations. So one of them is like called Boolean difference. So if you just go and type in Boolean difference, it will ask you the surface or polysurface that you want to subtract from. So like I was saying, in this particular case, I think I want to select this polysurface that I want to subtract from, and I'll hit enter and it asks you the polysurface that you want to subtract with. So I'm just going to select this and hit enter. going to take some time. And so what it did was that it subtracted this particular mass from, yeah, like this other mass. Or another way, I think it's not that prominent in this case, maybe. So for that, what we can do is we can copy, say, one of the object and overlap it with, say, this particular object. Would maybe like to increase the scale of it. And I'm going to type in Boolean difference again. Select the first polysurface and select the other one, and it subtracts this particular mass. So, you know, you can get these interesting articulations on your masses. So I will go ahead and do the same thing with these other objects as well. And for maybe you want to use something else, like some other masses for doing this operation. There's something in the chat. Actually, what I'm going to do is that since I want to show you this another option, I'm going to copy these two objects and keep it aside. And I'm going to do Boolean difference here. And there's this another command called Boolean intersection. So basically it gives you the resulting intersection, like the intersected part of these two objects. For that, I'm just going to do Boolean intersection, select first object and the second object, and it gives you the intersection of these two objects. So I'm just going to go and move this and keep it here. I mean, it is useful in the sense that if you want to like give a different material to this, like for now, we'll maybe try to give glass, for example. So for that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to the layer tab and make a new layer and name it as glass. So once you double click on the name of the layer, you can change this name, and under the material, you can see these like small circles. If you double click on this, it like shows you all these material properties. Wait, I need to maybe move this. And you can maybe change the color of this layer, actually of this material. And also the type, under the type, you can do custom and increase the transparency of it. So here, you know, you can see the rendering of how the material will look like. Maybe you want to increase the reflectivity and hit OK. And now once you select this object, so there are two ways of doing it. Either like you select this object and underneath where you see it says primary, that means this object is under the primary layer. If you click on here and if you go to glass, it changes the layer. And now if you go to rendered, so you can get an idea of how the space looks like. Okay. So another way of achieving this sort of an articulation is also there's this command called wirecut. And for that, I'll need, say, some 2D profiles or like these curve, like 2D closed curves. And I'm just going to copy one of this curve. And I want to isolate this particular mass and this curve. So I'm just going to go ahead and do that. And on the top view, I'll try to overlap these two objects together. And maybe I would like to move it upwards. So you go ahead and type in the command wirecut, and it asks you to select the cutting curve. You'll see it in a minute that what happens when you use it, and then it asks you to select the object to cut, which is this, and you go and hit enter. And it asks you for a particular height. So I'm just going to drag and maybe do something of this sort. So what it does, it works like a hot wire cutting machine, where it takes this profile and cuts out this mass from your object. So either you can delete it, but what I like to do is that I would like to maybe move this mass upwards, or yeah. So I might want to do this for other objects, but sometimes if you don't have, say, these curves, or you just have these polysurfaces, one of the another way to do is that you can duplicate the curves or these edges of a particular mass. So for example, I'm just going to copy this mass. And there's this command called dupe edge, and you select the edges to duplicate. So these are the edges that I want to duplicate of the mass, and hit enter. And after that, I'll just move it and go ahead and use the command called join. So it joins it into one curve. But if you see this object in, say, the right view, it looks like it's not in one plane, right? So to fix that, because I want it to be in one particular plane, or basically like I want it to lay flat. So to do that, what you do is that you select this whole object, and under the transform bar, there is this thing called set XYZ coordinates. If you go ahead and click on that, you then go ahead and untick the set X axis or set Y, and just have the Z axis, and go ahead and click OK. And it asks you that which point you want to set all these points, or like these curves. So what it does is it projects all the points of your object to one particular plane, and you can choose where do you want the plane to lie on. So I'll just like click on any particular point. So now when you go on the right view, you can see that it is in one plane and it lies flat. I hope this was clear. And I'm going to take this profile and try to do the same thing even here. I would like to reduce the scale of this profile, and make sure that this particular profile lies above your object, because you need to have the distance to cut this object. So you type in wire cut again, and you'll select the cutting curve, then it asks you for the objects to cut. You hit enter. So either you can change the material to glass and you move it. I'm going to change the material of this also to glass. All right. So I'll just save this and let's take like a 5-minute break, guys. I'll be back in a while. And if you have any questions till then, you can just drop that in. I can come back and yeah, answer to those questions. Or let me know if you want me to repeat anything. Okay, guys, I'm back. Okay, so there's this question. Can you show one more time how to project the curve in Boolean? Cut the solid. I think you're asking about the wire cut command, right? So for that, all you do is, say, for example, I want to copy the curves of this particular mass. So for that, there is this command called GeoEdge, and it lets you select all these edges. You don't have to you don't have to hit shift for that. You just keep like continuing selecting all these edges, and once you're done, you just hit enter and just go ahead and move this. Now what we want is that I think it is in the same plane, but in case you want to like lay all of these points flat, so you select this object, or the other way is if you turn on the control points, you select all these control points. I think both of them works. You go under this transform tab, there's this thing called set XYZ coordinates. You hit on that icon, and then you uncheck the set X and set Y, and just keep the set Z as on, and just hit OK. And it gives you, like, I think all of the points are now in one plane. So once you do that, you can go ahead and select all the curves. And since it says that there are 11 curves, you need to join all of them. So you just type in the command called join, and it joins and gives you this closed curve. And now what you do is you select actually what we can do is we can select this particular mass and this curve and isolate both of them. And you just move it, and it helps if you are in the top view, where you can see how it sort of is overlapping with this object. And once you are sure about this particular position, you can just go and check if it is like intersecting with this particular mass. Right now it is not, but what I would generally prefer is that I will move it in the Z direction and type in the command called wire cut. And as soon as you do that, it asks you to select the cutting curve, and then it asks you to select the object to cut. And if you hit enter, it shows you this projection. So it is according to your liking, how do you want it? But I'll just eyeball and just see if, yeah, I think this works fine for me. And when you click, it cuts this particular profile out of this mass. So you can go ahead and move it, and it gives you a different polysurface. And maybe change the material. Okay. Just going to uncheck this. So I think one of the ways what I also like to do is that I'll select all of these masses together, and I might want to say either increase the height of all of this whole composition. Sorry. Just going to copy it, and yeah. And maybe I would like to group it. So for group, we just type in group, and it groups all of these selected objects. And now, like, I might want to make this another copy of it and change the size, maybe decrease the scale, and also give it some sort of a rotation. And to give it a rotation, either you can type in the command rotate, but here I would just like eyeball it and see, like give it a rotation towards the z-axis. And okay. And try to do a Boolean difference on like this, maybe a bigger level. Like sometimes like this is just an experiment that I'm doing. Sometimes if you are like, say, doing like a sculpture or something of that sort, it works well. Like I think I'll try to open up this file to show you what I'm talking about. Okay, while that loads, let's just do Boolean difference. I'll select this particular mass or this group, and then it's subtracted with this and see what happens. Oops, I think it did not work. But I think the idea is to either like we can do ungroup and select all of this object and try to make it as one particular mass. So let's try and do Boolean union first. Because, you know, all of these objects are not really connected with each other or like intersected with each other. It might not work for all of these objects, but the idea is to like have these two objects and you intersect, say, both of them together, and you do a Boolean union, select these two objects, and it basically transforms it into this one particular mass. So you can do these different sort of iterations, and you can do it on a bigger level also. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this and replace this particular object here. And see how it looks in the active mode, maybe. All right. So for example, in this case, I hope you can see my screen, but I think this is what I did for this particular object, where like it was about Boolean difference and Boolean union of all these like objects. And object and show you. So yeah. Another thing that I also like to do is that we will select all the masses in the in the secondary layer. Select these objects, isolate them, and I'm going to use this command called silhouette, which basically duplicates all the border edges of the masses. So since all of these are selected already, I'm going to isolate them as well. So for that, it's going to go to visibility and isolate it. And you'll see like all of these curves that are there. And I'm going to select all of them and go to this command called pipe. And it asks me for a radius, and I would like to give it maybe 0.5 and just check. And also, okay, let's see what. Okay, so it basically makes a pipe around these curves. So if you see it in the optic view, this is how it looks like. Okay. I'm just going to group all of them together, do show. And what I sometimes like to do is that I'll select all of these grouped pipes and maybe move it in the Z direction, or sometimes I also like to move it to different directions. So, okay. So these elements that you will see, these frames-like thing, this is how I achieved it using the silhouette and the pipe command. I'm going to make another layer and name it as frames. Change its color and put these objects in this particular layer. So yeah, so this is how our mask looks like right now. Okay. Few other things that I would like to show you is, I think somebody asked me about how do you achieve these sorts of curves, or so for that, it's like a very basic command. It's called tween. So what it does is that, for example, you have this particular curve and there's this another curve. I'll just quickly go and draw them. And if you type in the command called tween or tween curves, it asks you two things. One is the start curve and the end curve. And basically it gives you this transformation of this from this curve to another curve. Now you can change the number of curves that is in between these two curves. So for example, you can do 20 and hit enter, and it gives you all these curves. There's a question. I mean, I think it can be both, really. Arva, like at least for in this particular case, we are just assuming that it can, like this sort of a space is in a digital realm or something of that sort. But I mean, of course, it's difficult to build these things. But if you see works of, say, Tom Bascom and Dwayne Euler, like these can definitely be manifested into buildings. So, okay. So anyway, so that's how I achieved all of these tween curves or these profiles. Oliver, this webinar is recorded and it will be provided to you all, I think, for 2 months. Or I'm not sure the timeline, but the recording will be provided to all the participants. Okay. So what I'm going to do is that I want to create like some sort of a landscape and also like some pergola elements, especially when you see these tween objects that were, or like these tween curves that were there. So for that, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to select all these curves. Actually, I'm going to delete these silhouetted curves. And now I'm going to go ahead and select curves. And I'll just take a reference point, hit copy, and go ahead and paste it here for now. And what I'm going to do is that I'm going to select all the curves that are under tween. So right click on the layer and go to select objects and isolate those objects. So I'm going to go ahead and select all these curves and type in the command called pipe again. And right now the radius is 6 inches. I think I'm fine with it. Okay. Maybe it can be a little less. Let's try 0.3 feet for now. Yeah, I'm going to select all of them and do the same. Wait for okay, I'll just do Control Save at this point. How did you get the curves for not? So For that, for getting these curves, I used the command called tween. But if you go back to, okay, select. If you go back to your sketches, you see these curves that are there. So because they're under this layer called tween, I just went to like the tween layer and I selected these objects under those layers, which was here, and I isolated them. So that's how you got those curves. And after that, you just select all the curves and use the command called pi. I hope that was clear, Will. Okay, and Arva asks that, is there any command that make the lines in the rectangular form instead of circle like that? Yes, so for that you can, I'll show you that command in a while. So for example, okay, let's do it now. It's actually a little tedious because you have to use the command called sweep, but you might have to do it like for all the curves in this case. So for that, you make a small rectangle or a rectangular profile, and you try to make it perpendicular to this curve. So for that, I'm just going to click on this particular axis or this planar axis and long press on it. And while I'm rotating it, I'm going to hit the shift key in the keyboard and it does this perpendicular rotation. You go and move it in the center of this curve. You might at this point also want, okay, so now, sometimes this thing happens that, you are not being able to view your object or whatever your selection is properly. If that is the case, then you select that object and under the standard tab, there's this thing called zoom selected. So it zooms to the object that you have selected and it's easier to now maneuver in the viewport. So now there's this command called sweep one, where, so once you do that, let's say sweep one, it asks you to select the rail, which is this, and it asks you for a cross-section curve, which is this curve. You hit enter, and I think the seam is fine. It asks you to like drag the seam, but I think for now this is okay. And hit enter again, and it gives you this square-like profile. Another way of doing this is also, okay, for now, like, okay. What we can also do is like select all these curves and hit extrude curve and give it a dimension like say 0.3 for now. Okay, maybe it's too less, 0.5. So you have these surfaces, but now you want them to be like, you want to give a thickness to these surfaces, right? So now if you go to select and under select, there is this thing called select surfaces because I just want to select all these surfaces that we made. And I think they're not selecting all these surfaces because there's some overlapping. But for now, let's just focus on this particular part. And there is this command called offset surface. If you do that, and you can change, for now, the distance is 0.25. I might want to do like 0.4 for now. And under this sub option, there's this thing called solid. It says no, but you would like to toggle it and turn it to yes. And then when you hit enter, it gives you like rectangular cross sections. Cool. Oh, okay, well, so for that, I think I answered Arva's question. Okay, well, I think I'll go to your question and answer that. I'm going to select these curves and hide them. So to get that frames that you were talking about, you just have to select, say, this polysurface, and you select this polysurface, and there's this command called silhouette. You type that, and it gives you this frame. And now you can just go and select all these curves, and then you do the command called pipe and give it a radius, and it creates this pipe, like this pipe structure all around it. I hope that was clear. Awesome. Okay, where was I? So I need to, okay, now I think I'll have to do a couple of times undo. So what I'm going to do is with these pipe structures, I'm going to go and make group of all these profiles and have these like 5 individual entities in a way. And also select all of this and put it under the layer between. Show. Right now you can't see it, obviously. So for now, I'm just going to select all the curves and hide them. And now I'll go to the tween layer, right click on it and select the objects, and it selects all of the objects that were under the tween, which are these pipes. And now I'm going to move them in a vertical direction. All right. Now I'm going to use the cage edit command again. So I think that's the command which I use heavily when I'm modeling such things. I'm going to isolate this particular structure that you see. Go ahead and quickly do cage edit. And I think all these settings are fine. And now I'm going to select these 2 rows of points and move them up to make it look like a pergola. Okay, we need to wait. So it gives you this sort of a structure. If you also want, if you're like, what I would also like to do is, well, I might want to delete these pipes because I'm trying to do that sort of an operation on that object, so it might not look that great. So yeah, it gives you this sort of a structure. So if you go to object, you can see and this looks like. So you might want to go ahead and do the same thing for these other pipes as well. Sometimes what I also like to do is I like to move it and maybe integrate it with some other mass. So yeah, I think this is one of the commands which is helpful. I'm going to go ahead and do the same cage edit for this as well. Okay. Now, to make these patterns as surfaces, like again, we'll be doing some manual modeling. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to select all of these curves, or you can go to landscape, right click on it and select the select objects and isolate them. And since like all of these are closed curves, I think we can do direct extrusion. Just at 0.3, and it gives you these. Okay, there's a question. So like we'll be, I mean, there for sure is an overlap of what was taught in the Anexact Escape V1, but the second half of the course will be for the sub-D modeling, but it for sure has overlap. Okay, and you can like select these alternative I think I'm just gonna go ahead, and there is this one extrusion which I'm going to hide, and under the landscape I'm going to make another layer or like a sub layer. Let it be layer 1 for now, and select all of this and go to like change the layer of this. I think this should be. So this is like, you know, you can achieve these like landscaping patterns, and if you want to see one of the models. So when I was talking about, you know, integrating the NURBS and the sub-D modeling, so in this case, the landscape part that you see of this whole project, all of the landscaping part is using the NURBS modeling, and what you see like this particular object was sub-D modeling. So I think this is how you can create, like, say, this particular sort of composition for this object, and you might want to repeat the same process for even these like parts as well. One way to also, I think this is the last thing which I'm teaching about the NURBS-based modeling, is that you can use this command called split to, so what I want to do is like have an overall object, which is using these two curves. And then I would like to split them to get those different parts of the landscape. So for that, I'm just going to copy this and use the command called trim. Or maybe I would like to just explode it, these two curves, and delete this particular segment that's there, and join all of these curves and extrude this particular curve. 0.3, that is fine. And now I'm going to move and keep it here. Now maybe we'll just go and delete this and go to the top view and select this particular object and write the command split, and it asks you for the cutting objects, and for that you go ahead and select all these curves and hit enter, and basically it's going to split your polysurface into different parts. And you can go ahead and change in the other project. I noticed the layers. Yes, Sarah, they are like, I think I downloaded it from some website, but yes, they are 3D models. They're like 3D blocks. All right. So I'm just gonna go and change this layer into 1. And you can achieve basically something similar. Oh, what's wrong with this guy? But I'm going to explode and see if this works. So this was, I think, an overview of the nerves-based modeling. And we'll try to achieve not really completely similar to what we just did right now, but maybe have more of this fluid language of this particular model that you see with the sub-D modeling. So for that as well, we are going to use, I'm going to maybe save this. And we're going to use the sketch or this drawing that was given to you before. So now I'm going to delete all of these objects. Just go to select one surface. I'm going to delete all of them. And we will start with the sub-D modeling now. But before I jump into sub-D modeling, if there are any questions about the NURBS modeling, or if you want me to repeat something, please let me know. Although we'll be dealing with NURBS-based modeling even in this, especially in this particular landscaping part. But if there are any questions, I'll be happy to answer. We'll just go ahead and save this file as a new file, which I'll name it as sub-D. Okay, so I think there are no questions for now. Twin curves you only use for landscaping design and lighting. Yes, Oliver, I think mostly it's for landscaping design, or say elements like, actually I can also, like sometimes I also use it for giving this impression of windows, for example, like say, for example, you extrude this particular curve and you know, there's like this direct way of using the tween curve, in the sense that when you click on tween curves, like, and then it asks you for the start and the end curve, you can directly go and select this particular curve of the polysurface. Basically, you don't need a separate curve, and you select this other curve, and then it gives you this sort of a profile. And maybe I would like to change the number as 10 and hit enter. And also what I like to do is I'll select this particular surface. And for selecting it again, I would like to remind, I click Control Shift together and then select on this particular surface. Sorry. And I'll do copy and I'll do it in place. And maybe I'd like to hide this mask for now. So now since I have like these twin curves, I'm going to use the command called split. It asks me for the object to split and use the twin curves as the cutting objects. And, you know, it sort of cuts the surface. So sometimes, you know, if you want to create like a ribbon window or something of that sort, like I just changed the layer, but, you know, just to give you an example of how to use twin curves in different ways. Okay. I hope that was helpful. Okay, there's another question. How can we use cage edit to group of pipes or multiply, join them, or boolean? Andre, I think I did not Can you repeat your question? I do not understand. Maybe reframe it. But like if you're asking about using cage edit for multiple objects, be it, okay, let's maybe go to, I'm just going to close this. Sorry guys, 1 minute. Cage edit for, yeah, you definitely can do cage edit for multiple objects as well, but it really depends on how you're using it. But let's just see it once. Yeah, my model loads. I'm just going to hide all of this. So for example, you have this particular object and you want to do a cage edit. So for that, you select all of these objects and go to cage edit, bounding box, and yeah, these are fine. So, you know, it gives you like a bounding box around all these objects. And now, like if you want to, actually you can do a lot of things with this, but select all of these control points, move it. So, you know, it globally, it affects the whole model globally, basically. But yeah, please make sure that you hit control save a lot because it can be quite heavy. Let's see, my computer is hanging. But yeah, I think. I'll just wait for it to. Are there any other questions? Okay, now I think we'll start with the sub-D modeling. And for that, the first step I think would be to select all of these curves and lock them so that, you know, you don't move, because we'll use this sketch as a reference, but I mean, we don't have, like, we won't be using these curves that much. Like, I mean, there are ways in which you can use these curves to generate the sub-Ds, but I think I'm just going to use it as a reference for now. And let's see, like, as we explore. So what I'm going to do is that the primary masses, I think I'm going to model that first. And to give you an overview of, okay, I'll just close this. Yeah. So under the sub-D tab, there are like all these options, and I think we'll go either one by one, and maybe I think while modeling, I can explain you know, what each command does. So for approaching this particular abstract sketch, what I like to do is I like to start with one plane or like one sub-D face. So for that, either you can choose this option which says create sub-D face. So like these are some primitive objects that are there for creating like these sub-D objects. Okay, so one of them is called the sub-D plane, or you can also like go ahead and say click on this particular object and it asks you for the base of the cylinder and the end, or it asks you for the height, and this is the sub-D it generates. Now, one of the things to remember about sub-D is that this is basically giving you like the smooth surface, like you can toggle between either the low poly mode or the smooth mode. And for that, you want to click on tab when you do that. So when you click on tab, it sort of toggles between the low poly or this mode and also, you know, the smooth mode, basically. So yeah, and these are some of the operations that we will be talking about while we'll be working on the sub-D. So for now, let's go on the top view and click on this single sub-D face. For that, I'm just going to use this as a reference, because basically what I want to do is that these red masses that you see here, I want to create like objects which are quite similar to the profiles that you see in the abstract sketch. And I'm going to, so basically what it asks me is for these 4 points, as you can see in this icon. So you just have to click on these 4 points and it gives you this sub-D face. Now I'm going to hit tab again to get into the low poly mode, because it becomes easier for you to manipulate the geometry, and we'll keep on changing the toggle time to time to see what's happening. Okay, so now we have this one face, and what we want to do is we want to extrude it in almost this particular dimension. So for this particular direction, sorry. So for that, what you do is that you want to select the edge of this particular face that you see. Now for doing that, you have to click on, actually you have to hit Control Shift again, and if you point your cursor towards this edge and click on it, it selects that particular edge for you. Now to extrude this, it can be a little tricky for the beginners, but what you have to do is that you need to move the arrow first, and while you're doing that, it is basically just moving this particular edge for you. But if you want to extrude it, you need to click on Control to do that. So when you click on Control and move, it extrudes this geometry for you. Now I'm just going to select this edge again, and for selecting, I'm repeating, you hit Control and Shift together, and then you move this particular edge. Now if you want to select, say, one particular vertex, for that you again hit Control Shift, and if you point on this vertex, it selects this particular vertex for you. But if this does not work for you, and sometimes, because I think I'm used to this sort of an interface, but if that's a problem for you, there are these sub-selection modes that are available under the sub-D tools, which is on the right hand side, if you see. So this is say the selection filter for edges, and there's for faces and for vertex. So once you hit on any one of this, say for example, right now I want to select only the vertex, so I click on this particular icon and it gives you this dialog box. And while you're working with sub-D, you want to have this dialog box somewhere docked in here or anywhere in your interface. And so now since you have so what it is showing is that now you can only select the points of the sub-D that you're working with. So say for example, even if I try to select anything, it will only select the points. So it's the selection filter, which is really helpful while you're working with sub-D. So I'm just going to select the point and move it. Again, this doesn't have to be really accurate, but because sub-D is mostly, it's about working with these average edges, and yeah, it's not really that precise as such. So what I'm going to do is that, so once I'm done with this and I want to select the edge again and extrude it in this direction, and for that I would have to click on this button which says selection filter none. So when you do that, now you can see how the dialog box changes, in which every element is ticked. That means that you can now select any edge or any face of the sub-D. So you will go ahead and select the edge, and so you move and hit Control and select the point. And so we are going to quickly do this for these 4 masses that we have. Now, if you hit on tab again, so you'll see the kind of geometry it is trying to which it is producing. So this is what is going to actually look like. And now maybe what you want is that you want to have like a sharp edge here on this direction. So for doing that, you can crease the edge. For that, you just hit on Control Shift and select that edge. And actually, no. I think when you have to do it for the boundaries, or basically for the edge which is on the outermost side of any object, you need to actually select these two vertices, and then go to this icon called Add Crease. And now when you hit on Tab, you see it sort of creases this particular object. I'm also going to change the layer of this object into primary. And I'm going to now move this a little. Okay. Another thing which and I think I'm going to do the same thing with the two vertices that are here, that I'm going to add creases on both the vertices. So for that, I think I'm just going to go and select this filter for vertices, which allows me to select those two vertices. So for that, if you just do a rectangular selection, it will select those two vertices for you. And you can go ahead and click on Add Crease, and it just creases this particular edge for you. Now, what I would also like to do is add an edge loop, or like an edge here, to make it a little more sharper, because as you can see, this is more like smoother. So for that, there is this icon called Insert Sub D Edge. So with all these commands, like when I'm working with Sub D, I think I like to use these icons rather than typing it on the command bar, but you can go ahead and do that as well. So for that, you just do this Insert Sub D Edge loop, and it asks you to select the edge from the loop. I'm going to select this, hit enter, and once you do that, it is asking you to place wherever you want to place this edge at. So maybe I would like to place it somewhere here. Okay, now I'm going to go ahead and also manipulate these points. I'll go ahead and add another edge loop using this icon, Insert Edge Loop, and try to achieve something similar to this. Okay, sometimes, and then please don't forget to clear all this selection or this filter. Otherwise, you won't be able to select this object. What I also sometimes like to do is that rather than starting from scratch for all these objects, I like to copy it and sometimes manipulate it if it really works well. Like, say for example, in this case, I just rotate it and mirror this object. For that, you select the object and you type in mirror. So the good part about these sub-Ds in Rhino is that you can use the commands which are available for the nerves for the sub-D objects as well. So which is really handy. Like earlier, I used to work in Maya although Maya has its own perks, but I think this also works really well. And maybe I'm just going to move it. And I quickly go and turn on the selection filter on for the vertices and change these locations. think once you get used to all these commands, it becomes even like more faster to work with. So I'm going to do the same thing with the other 3 masses as well. So when I start, I think I like to toggle it back to the low poly mode. Select this edge. So I need to turn off the filter and control, maybe decrease the size. And do the same thing. So another thing you can also do is that rather than manually moving it using the orbit, you can actually select this particular point and type in the command say move, select it, and move it here as well. So yeah, you can use all the Rhino commands even for the sub-D. Split a sub-D. Yeah, I mean, you can split a sub-D. Okay, I think for that, I think when I like to split it, I try to convert it into the nerves and then do it. But like say, for example, I have the sub-D and there's a curve which goes. So it does split it, but then it changes your sub-D into a polysurface. So that's what what I like to do is that first I'll work on a bigger level in the sense that I'll create these masses and all that stuff. And after that, slowly I'll try to work with split and all these things. So if you draw one big sub-D, you can split with the. Oh, wait, I did not get your question. Yeah, I think that's what I tried to show, that you can definitely split it with a curve, but then it converts your sub-D into a polysurface, or basically into nerves. Okay. Let me know if I answered your question, Oliver. Can we convert regions, surfaces, or meshes? Yes. So CB, you can definitely do that. But it really depends on, say, for example, if I'm just going to go to the perspective and make a cube. Now see, this is made up of surfaces and they are all welded together. And if you want to convert this into sub-D, for that, there is this icon called convert. Sorry, not this one. There's actually this, oh yeah, I think one of them, yeah. So this icon, which is called convert to sub-D, if you click on that, it asks you about these subdivision of options, but for now we'll just go with whatever these options are. Hit enter and it creates this sub-D for you. But sometimes I don't know, it gives you, maybe I think I have changed a few options, that's why it's okay. I might have to move this zoom guy. I think let's do mesh creases. and try to do that. But it does, it works in the sense that you can change a particular, say, a surface or a polysurface into sub-Ds. I think there is something wrong with my settings. That's why it's not doing that. But just try maybe in your system to do it. Yeah. What is the command to show the top dialog box? Oh, okay. For that, I'll just delete this for now. For that, you just need to click on any one of these, say selection filter, faces, or say vertices. So once you do that, it gives you that dialog box, and you can click on it and drag and drop it in some part of the viewport where it, kind of docks it, so that, you have this turned on all the time. Right. So yeah, another way, to achieve, like, say, for example, I'm trying to make this, say, one by one using these faces. The other way, I think, to make these sorts of curves, but it, depends on what you're trying to achieve. Like, for example, if you have these two curves and you want to sort of loft and make a sub-D out of it, for that, you just need to do this thing called loft, or say sweep rail, in which so there's this thing called sub-D sweep two rails, in which it asks you for the first rail. Oh, I think I need to turn this off. So it asks you for the first rail and the second rail, and then it asks you for the cross-section curve. And once you hit enter, it gives you this sort of a sub-D surface. And if you increase the adjusted rail segments, the more you increase them, I think it sort of adapts it better to the curve that you have. So this can be one of the faster ways of doing it. But for this particular sketch, like, I'm trying to achieve something which is similar to these profiles. So it can be a little like a slower way, or more like a traditional manual way of working. But let's try I'm going to maybe unlock and try to do something with this particular So I'm going to do the same technique where you have the first rail, second, and this guy. And see, it's giving me these sorts of edges, but let's try to. So it really depends on, the kind of curves that you are trying, like, working with. Because, like, say, for example, in this case, it becomes very difficult for me to, manipulate this particular area. Or we can try to maybe delete this edge. So yeah, the way I'm just going to change the layer so that it's visible better. So I was having some discrepancies here. So for that, I just selected this edge and deleted it. And I think it gives me a better result. And I'm going to go ahead and select all of these curves again and lock them. So yeah, this is, I think, one of the faster ways of doing it. Did I miss any questions? Just going to go and correct. I mean, I think with this sort of modeling, I mean, definitely there is like you have to be a little patient, and it takes some time to model these things because it for sure is labor intensive. Okay. And then but I think once you get a hang of the software and with the commands, I think it becomes really fast to model these things. What survey tool are you using to generate new surface? Are you talking about like, can you, CB, can you repeat your question? Like if you are talking about generating this, say, particular surface, for example, what I do is just, it's basically extrusion of this edge. So while I move it, I just hit control and it gives you a new surface, basically. So this is the shortcut for extruding the edge. Oh yeah, yes. So when I start from scratch, I'm using this signal subdeface. I think this is the last one. These guys. So, yeah. So after getting this, we are going to select these two vertices and crease both of them and see the kind of shape that you are getting. And delete the filter. And now I'm going to add some edge loops. So the more edge loops you add, it gives you a more sharper like corner. So I'll also change this the location of the points. I'm going to add some edge loops here as well. And subject ones. So I mean, you can even do that to like you can turn the points on also, and you can like that can help you to manipulate the subject. But what I like to do is that I like to turn on this selection filter for vertices. I like to turn that on to do it. So it just allows you to select the vertices of the object. But you can definitely use this turn point on as well to change yeah, the object. Okay, I'm going to so okay, someone asks about, wait, I think I saw something in the chat. Could you show how to add the edge loop again? Sure. So for that, there is this like icon which says insert sub D edge loop. So once you click on it, it asks you to select the edge from the loop. So for example, right now I want it in this direction. So I'm selecting like say this particular edge and it gives you in this particular direction. But if you want it to be, which I think we'll be doing it in some time, that you want it to be in the other direction, for that you do the same thing and select this particular edge and it gives you an edge loop in the other direction. So for now, I think I don't want to do that, but I hope I answered your question. All right. So now since we have like these four, or like these 5 masses, I'm going to select all of them together. For that, you just need to select, click on Shift and select all of them. And like I'm going to move the arrow key up, and while I do that, I'm going to hit Control. So when I do that, it extrudes all these surfaces. I hope this was clear. I'll just repeat it again, that you move the arrow up and you click on Control. So basically, whenever you're moving the arrow in any direction, and if you click on Control, it basically extrudes. So that's the shortcut for extruding these subjects. Okay, so once I do this, what I would also like to do is like maybe change the height or like manipulate it a little bit and make it more like say dynamic. And for that, I'm going to select few like edge loops, as in like say this. Okay, sorry. Oh, I think when I did that, I think did not, it just extruded it in a way that there was no surface beneath it. So with that, let's try extrude sub D. And the direction, maybe we can set it to Z. Maybe once we do that. There's a, please switch to chat everyone. Oh, okay. I think the better way of doing this would be to select these faces. Control. Okay, for now, I think maybe let's just try to select these rings and move it in the upper direction or like vertically a little bit. We can also try to do that by selecting these edges. and move it in different directions. But there is no base left. The subject is not close. Is that correct? Sorry. Yeah, I think even I'm having this issue, but wait, I think I'll try to maybe fix this issue. Okay, I think one of the alternatives to do that is that you can select this option called offset subd. Let's try to do that again, even with this. So when you select this subd, you can go to offset subd, this icon, and for the distance, maybe you can put the distance as 10 for now. Okay, I think even this is not giving you that. No, okay. Yeah, I think this is fine. And you just move the subd in the vertical direction. So let's try to do the same thing even with this. But for the distance, let's change it to 20. Did you? I hope it works for you, ASAZ. And like try to do the same thing even with these guys. And now maybe we would like to say sort of scale these guys a little bit, or let's just maybe move them. And now let's not delete these faces that we have. Another thing which I like to also do is that I would like to connect these masses together. And for that, there's this command called bridge, or this icon that you see on the screen. So if you click on that, it asks you for the faces that you want to bridge. So for example, select this particular face and this and hit enter. Well, I don't know. Okay, wait. For a shape like this, it would be. Yeah, Gavin, I think you can also do that, what you're saying. Like sometimes I like to start in that direction as well, but for I think this webinar, I was trying to, like base this particular composition on the sketch. So I was like thinking to develop these surfaces, and then you try to work forward in that direction. So I'm going to isolate these two. Now select all of this and hide. I'm just going to so in the subd tools, I'll try to actually bridge both of them again. Okay. For some reason, it was not working like them. And when you try to do that, it basically connects these two faces, and it adds a mask between it. And what you can do is that you might want to crease it, but I think I don't like it that way, and you can increase the segment of this bridge. For now, I think 3 or 2 is fine, and you hit enter. So, and maybe you would like to change the placement of these guys a little bit. Another thing I also like to do is maybe I would like to change the thickness of this particular connection. And for that, you like select one particular mass and then, sorry, one particular face, and then you double click, like while clicking Control and Shift, you just double click on the another face, which is right adjacent to it, and you can scale it a little down and here. Can we join two sub-D surfaces like we join? I think yes, you can do that. Wait. So yeah, and I think what I would like to also do is I would try to do something similar even with the other objects as well. So this is one of the ways to, like connect 2 or 3 masses together, which is basically bridging and adding these faces. Increase the segment. I think, after this, what I also like to do is that maybe I want to extrude a face and like do some sort of manipulations in this particular massing that you see. So for that, for example, I would just select this particular face and move it. And hit Control while doing that, so it extrudes it. But whenever you try to do this sort of thing, it does not really crease. So what we need to do is that we need to crease and uncrease few edges. And for that, you need to select all the edges that you want to crease and just go with that. And just uncrease this and crease both of them. So it's almost like, playing with some sort of a clay. And select this face and move in the vertical direction, and it sort of puts it here. But maybe you might want to change the direction of this. Now I'm just going to select this edge. So like since your object snap is on, it kind of snaps to yeah, these curves that you have. And to answer to your question, AZ, I think you can join two sub-D surfaces as long as the edges of those two sub-D surfaces are sort of like similar to each other, or basically what I mean by that is I think the edge needs to correspond to one another. Otherwise, if that doesn't work out, another way is to like bridge. Wait. Because like, say, for example, in this particular case, it becomes very difficult to, like join these two like sub-D surfaces because, you have this sort of a gap. And if this happens, then one way to do is to, bridge the faces together. And you actually, maybe you would want to reduce the number of segments, maybe to 1. So this is one way of doing it. Does this help? Please let me know. And at the end, maybe when this sort of a situation happens, what you can do is that you can use this command called fill sub-D hole, and you can select these sub-D boundary edges and hit enter. And for the path style, you can do it automatic, and it creates this sort of this face. Maybe let's try to do it again and do single face this time, and it creates the single face. So that's one way of joining. I was thinking of modeling. I think I don't quite get what you are asking me. So anyway, now what we'll do is we'll try to continue doing this. And bridge these two. All right. And also try to connect, say, make an edge loop here and try to connect these two. So I think this is one of the commands which basically is like connecting these faces and connecting these masses together. What to do here? Select these two faces and bridge them. And once I do it, what I would also like to do is maybe have this as a crease here. So for that, I just selected this particular edge and creased it. And maybe I would like to do the same thing even with this, but I don't know, like sometimes if it doesn't like look that great, we could always like undo and yeah, not pursue that. So AZ, if you want, I mean, I'm not sure if this is possible, but I would like to see a screenshot of what you're trying to achieve. If you can drop that in the chat, if that's possible. Okay, I'm just going to select all the curves again and lock them. Now, another thing to also work with is that we can add more edge loops and create more like these sorts of bridges in these objects. So, for example, and when you do that, it automatically snaps to the middle if you want it to be in the middle. So I think I'm gonna just do it. And I might also want to do the same thing even here. Oh yes, yeah, we can definitely do that, and for that we use yeah, like we can use this thing called stitch or welt, for example. Okay, let's try to do that together. Where say I'm just going to hit tab. Actually, I'm just going to copy it here. I don't know if you are talking about, you know, like stitching these two, but in this case, you will need to delete these faces that are there, and you'll select these two edges, and there is this icon which says stitch mesh. If you do that, it sort of stitches both of them together. I don't know if this helps. It's called Arva, it's called the stitch mesh command. So again, you are selecting these two edges and sort of stitching them together. I think for this you might need to, yeah. So you select the first edge and then you select the second edge. Sorry. So the one you added segment edges in the subject. Yeah, I'll repeat that again in a minute. So, Azy, I hope this was helpful for you. So for adding the edge loops, okay, I'm just going to toggle back to this model. And for adding those edge loops, I think you're talking about these. You just have to go to this edge loop command, and in that you need to select. So I think one of the things that I also like to do is that sometimes if the type of your edge loop is it says loop, then what happens is that you can only, like, it sort of works only in this one particular direction or on this one particular face. But if you want like the loop to be a complete ring, you just need to toggle this thing. And when it says type as ring, then it sort of gives you this like edge loop which goes all around your sub-D. This is helpful. And then you can like add these loops. So the way to generate these sorts of say like this, I mean, this is sort of like a illustration that I was trying to do. So the idea is to have like, wait, I think there are questions. Okay, no, I answered them. So the thing is that what you do is that you select, I think it works better maybe in Maya, because what I used to do with Maya is that select all these faces, like these particular faces, and change the material of it. But in Rhino and in sub-D, you need to like explode this face. Like let's try to do that together. It will be helpful. I'll go to, I think, the top mode. I'll try to select all of this face and unselect these faces. And then hit shift and select all of these faces together. And actually, before exporting, I think I'm just going to do copy and I'll do in place. And it basically gives me, I'm just going to remove this. Yeah, it gives me this particular surface. And then what I do is that I kind of like, I can explode them or try to split them, all of them together. So for that, I'll do maybe extract isocurves. There's this command called extract isocurves where, actually no. Let me try doing this where I can select all these faces. I think this was the good thing about Maya in terms of, face selection, where you have these different sort of ways where you can select a ring of faces and all that, which I find it a little hard to do it in Rhinoceros. But if I think this doesn't work, like for this sort of a fenestration, another way I think to go about this is that you go like in the front view and make these lines, or if not lines, you can like use the command called dupe edge. And select all these edges. And since you see like there's this like a curve sort of thing, so actually let me just join them and try to do the same thing even with I think a better way to do this would be using this, which is basically, it says select edge loops. So you just try to do that. And try to do dupe edge, which gives you these edges. And one way would be that you can split this particular object using these edges. And it gives you these different sorts of like different surfaces. But please remember that when you try to do that, it converts it into a polysurface. Like you can see on your command line that it says that it's a polysurface that has been selected. So once you do this, you can select all of this and go to glass, for example, or change this surface as glass. And once you have gotten this, you can just select these guys and oops. And I think I'm going to unlock these curves and select all of these curves and hide them. and try to select the faces in it. I don't know why it's not selecting. But if that's the case, maybe we can just manually select. So basically, I'm trying to, delete this particular surface. So it is a little labor intensive in this. So yeah, I think let's take like a 5 or 10 minute break, and then like while we're taking the break, if you have any questions, and I think I'll just continue working on this while you guys take a break. That's okay. Oh, sorry, Izzy, I just saw your question. You can remove, so there will be, so Izzy, you can remove the loop cut or these edge loops that you're talking about. So for that, for example, like if you select this particular edge loop, which is like you're selecting, like there's this command which says select edge loop. And on that, if you select, this edge loop, and if you just hit delete, you need to enter first to select them. And then if you hit delete, it deletes that edge loop for you. And rather than giving like those two faces, it gives you this one face. Okay. Okay, guys, let's take like a 10-minute break. So I'll be back by 2:30 EST. Whatever, मैं इतना अच्छा नहीं कर पा रही हूँ। Okay. I hope you guys are back. So yeah, I just went ahead and deleted this. I'll just show you. I'll just isolate and show that I deleted this particular part, and I now have these fenestrations and like these basically rings. So if you go to the Arctic mode, like this is the kind of effect that it generates. Another thing that I would also like to do, like you can go ahead and repeat the same thing maybe here. I might like do it in a while, but before like going to this particular fenestration part, I'm going to just, oh, I think, did I miss any questions? So what I'm going to do is that I'll select some of the top edges and I'm going to move them in the inward direction, top edges, or maybe even this, to give it more like this dynamic facade in the inside. If you like sort of see here, that's what I try to do, that the lower edge is sort of in the inside and this particular edge is sort of like pushed in the other direction. So I'm trying to do something of that sort even here. So it makes it look more fluid and more dynamic in the way. And when you, okay, I think it would be better if I show you the difference from the top view. Like rather than having this straight cross section, say for example, in this particular case, you have more of, yeah, this sort of gradation going on. So I'm going to do that in sort of these courtyards that we are trying to form. So it sort of gives you a nice effect. I think I'll just go ahead and also turn on this selection filter for the vertices, and I'm going to do the same thing to form like these courtyards. To make the sharp. Yes, Arva, I'm going to do it in a while. But for now, I'm just like, let's just focus on achieving this sort of surface, like a sloping surface. I think that I shouldn't have, done this particular part first. I think I got impatient at this part. But the idea is actually the best way to do is that, you do these manipulations first, and then you reach out, like you like do this fenestration part. Because, right now, since, I mean, there for sure is a way to solve this issue. I think I'm going to do that. But let's just focus on this particular part now. How to uncrease any edge. Okay, I think Gavin is trying to answer Arva's question. Okay. Now, what I really want to do is that I want to fix this thing that I just did. So I'm going to go and delete all these paths. So like, this is something even you might face while you're modeling these things that, okay, I'm just going to isolate this guy first. And now I'm going to delete all these faces. Okay. So I think one way to do I think we can try subd loft. But let's see what it does. Right. Yeah, it will basically give you, okay, let's try this. Just going to select all of this. If it doesn't work, then we might have to do it individually. Wow, okay, it looks like it did an okay job. And I'm going to select these two edges. And oops. First of all, I'm going to change the layer of this guy and select these. Oh, I see. Let's see what it is doing. Because there were these, like I think I split them, so there are like multiple edges that are there. So I just wanted to select all of them and try deleting it. And I'm going to select this particular edge, move and maybe extrude it. And I'm going to select these two edges again and stitch them together. It looks weird because right now it's not creased, but we'll select this edge and crease this guy. And we're going to do the same thing for even this edge and just crease it. So basically I'm trying to like fix what I just did. Now I'm going to select these two edges again and try to stitch them together. So we are basically working backwards now. And crease this guy. And you do the same thing. Oh, I see. So let's turn off the selection filter and like make it to none. Select this face, delete it, and select this particular edge, extrude it downwards. And you can select these two edges and stitch them. So once you do that, you can select this edge and go ahead and crease it again. And okay. And let's try and select these two edges also and stitch them both together. And also crease it. At some points, although like this is showing it's a one object, but there is a possibility that, no, I think these are connected together. Mm-hmm. No, they're not. Let's see. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and delete these edge loops because I'm trying to match this face with this. So like we are trying to stitch them, right? So I'm going to delete like these two edge loops and then select this particular edge and the other edge and try to stitch them. I think there's some issue with the face. Let's try deleting this face. And this face as well. And try to bridge. Oh, let's see. Bridge these two faces. Okay. And uncrease the sky. Might not do it right now, but let's first crease both of them. I think there's one extra edge loop and that's why it's doing this. Need to place them again. And I might try to stitch this particular point with this. It might solve our issue. Let's try doing the same thing here. Try to stitch these 2 points together. And try to crease this guy right here. And maybe uncrease this to get like more. So it looks like it's pretty much all right. I'm not really happy with what's happening here. What I can also do is I can go ahead and delete this edge loop completely and add a new edge if I need it. So, but for now, let's maybe stick to this and do what I was doing here as well. So I'll go, I think top view might not be helpful here. I'm just going to go and, oh, there's an extra. Let's see, I think there's some issue with this particular, okay. Maybe we can try deleting this. I'm sorry. So I have to see what is happening. Oh, it looks like these two are not really stitched together. So actually, in a way, it should do that, but if it's not working, then maybe we can try to stitch these vertices. And yeah, I think what we have to do is we have to stitch the vertices to get back into this shape, and then maybe we can crease that. So And yeah, I'll just see it in this mode if there's an issue. I mean, I think the issue mostly is that either there are like vertices that are not connected to each other. I think now it looks like it's fine. I'm going to move this to vertical and try to get it into this shape and try to fix this area. And mostly I think I'll be massaging this model more. Okay. I think I'll go in the top view and change. Oh, I understand that. I think I need to do this for all of these edges as well. So sorry for the mess, guys. But let's try to stitch them together. I think I'll just go to the points which are on and go ahead and stitch them. Oops. First and second. Hopefully this should be fine. Now I'm going to select all these edges. And get back to what we were doing before. Let's try to delete this particular edge. No, better. Sometimes, you have to go back to the model and delete some edges, or, like if the resultant form is not like according to how you want it. I do that all the time. Go to the top view and see how this is looking. But I also like, for example, I think for me, this part is working quite well, but I would like to change this particular area. So for that, I think it has to do more with the placement. So mostly like adjusting these and trying to give a new shape. Let's see. But I mean, mostly sub-D modeling it has to do with, stitching and like bridging things and extruding your faces and all that. So I think that's like mostly what you deal with. And the maximum time I think goes in like, whether you are getting like a nice shape or the form that you want to work with. Okay, let's see. Okay, another thing which I also feel is that right now, what I want is that I want all of these points that you see in one particular plane, or basically in one particular height. So for that, I'm just going to select all these points, and I'm going to go to transform, and you have this thing called, like, again, we're trying to set the Z direction, or like set the Z point of all these points in one plane. So when I do that, it sort of gives you in this one direction. Or like right now, I think I want them to be at the height of this particular point. So another way is also to use the command move and go to vertical, select the first point, and your reference point, which is this. So you have to like fix this part. And okay. And also, it's the same with, like, for example, if you want this particular point to correspond to the one which is above it, this really comes in very handy, and it also affects the morphology of your this form. So for that, you just go to set points and untick the set Z and tick on set X and Y and hit OK. And when you do that, you point it towards the reference point, which is this. So it brings it right, like almost perpendicular to this particular point. So let's see how does it look like. I think most of the time really goes in, making these decisions, whether you're liking how your form looks like. And yeah, mostly I think it's that. I'm just going to do these guys a little bit more. And let's go to the top view and see how this curve is coming out to be. Okay. Maybe now we can bring in the second mass, which is this. Isolate both of them and see how it's working out together. Now I might, let's see how this goes, but what I might want to do is that take this particular face and try to move it in this direction. And I'm assuming that this to be our ground plane, so maybe I'll just move it and go up to here and decrease the height significantly when this particular part comes here. I'm going to do the same thing on all the ends, where you Let's try to do it from these guys as well. So now, I mean, if you can see, like, we are trying to move away almost from the sketch we started, and let's see whether this composition in itself is working or not. So I think this is something which also happens when, like, I'm trying to work with my models, that although like I start with a starting point, but also we need to focus on how, whatever we are making, how it is working with each other or not. So maybe I would like to move this face somewhere here. This also down. Maybe move this. Now, if I want to move this edge a little bit, so I just like select the edge, move, and we can move it in this direction. Okay. I'll do the same thing over here. One thing we can also do is like take this edge and maybe create this sort of a moment. And maybe we would also like to take this particular face and extrude it in this direction and try to maybe sort of bring it down. Before we do that, let me just go quickly and actually crease them all and uncrease these parts. Another thing I think like to do now is, I think going back to Arla's question, like to make these sharp edges that you see more like, smoother, like something that you see here, for example. So I think that's the next step that I want to do. I'm going to switch directly to the points. And okay. Once you're happy with how this looks, okay, another thing I might want to do is might take these particular parts and move them a little bit more to so for having like this particular edge as like something which is more smooth, you need to like, I think before uncreasing it, what I would like to do is make like edge loops around it, and then we can uncrease this. So it's mostly because right now, if you like select, sorry, say for example, if you select this particular crease and you uncrease it, I think something happened. Yeah. So this is the kind of smooth surface it gives, but maybe you want it to be like somewhere between this smooth and like a little more edgy. So for that, all you have to do is you have to introduce like this another edge loop. For doing that, you just select the edge. Actually, in this case, we need a ring. So we'll go to edge loop and go to ring. Sorry, let me do that again. And when you do the ring type, you have to select the edge that is perpendicular to, yeah, okay. So this is how. Let's try to do that. I think from what it looks like right now, I might not want to add more edges because this seems like nice to me. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to do the same thing all around. Yeah, these things that we make. So basically it's uncrease, and then maybe I might want to move it a little up, or you can also see if you sort of like move it in different directions, how it affects your whole shape, the flow. But for now, I think even, yeah, I think I like how it looks because, you know, because we have added a ring, so we don't have to really add another ring now because it goes all around our shape. So all we need to do is we need to uncrease these curves. I'll try to select this and uncrease them. Is there a question? Now, sometimes if this sort of a situation happens, you might want to add like a loop to this face, and for that you just click on this edge, and rather than having it as full, maybe try to do range, and it might give you something of this sort, if this helps. I think it was better than the way it was before. Okay. I'm going to turn off the selection filter. I'll also try to do the same thing here. And change this guy, and here these 2 points I'm going to crease them again. Actually no, it won't work that way. There's a question. Arwa, you need to use the ring one. That I think works better. Okay, I think this is the last one here which we need to work on. Oh, there's another question. Will the bevel command achieve the same result? I think, yeah, it will. Close it. Okay, I'm also going to move this face around here, and I need to crease this guy. I just saw this one. Maybe move it a little bit. What we can do is, if we want to have it like on the same height, I'll again go to transform and set the Z axis. Okay. So we would have to repeat the same thing even for this part if we want to have like this sort of a surface. So for that, we'll go to edge loops again and change it to ring. Remember that we have to select the perpendicular one this time because it's a ring. Oops. Oh, sorry. You have to also change the mode to full and type to ring. And now we can have the ring somewhere here. And I'm just going to delete or uncrease this edge. I'm just going to do it quickly. I think I answered this. I might want to move this edge a little bit downwards. Take this on shift and okay. So another thing which like I think we can also do is to have like this, like something resembling to like these curves. We are again playing with edge loops, but let's try to do that. Ring, select the perpendicular one, and like in Maya, you have this option where you can insert multiple edge loops together, but in this case, you have to like do it manually in Rhino. I hope they solve this thing soon, because it does take a lot of time to yeah, add these edge loops manually, as you can see. So we'll just do this here. Maybe let's try to do even more. And when you're trying to do it manually, I also feel that it's not that uniform in the sense of distance. Like you can do it manually in a way to change the distance of this and make it equal. But yeah. So anyway, now I'm going to go ahead and select all these edge loops and crease them. For that, I'm using this particular command which says select edge loop. So since they are all in ring, it becomes very easy for me to select these guys. Not this. And I'll try to crease them. So they are now all creased. And this time, what I'll do is that I'll select the alternative edge loops, which is here. We have this. Now, either you can scale them down once you're done. You can actually, this would not be a good idea because it's affecting the whole model. So what we can do is I'll select this particular edge loop and I might have to do a manual selection here. Okay, let's see. And if you move it, so you can get that effect, but if it is creased, it's even better. Like you get this sharp edge. So what I would suggest, although like this is again very labor intensive, yeah, I think Maya is more, it's faster than Rhino Subd tool for sure. Yeah. Jeremy. Because sometimes like even if you say like in Maya, if you are trying to select this particular edge loop, if you say, for example, double click on this part, it only selects from the first point to the end, but if you try to do that, it selects the whole, like the whole ring. So one way to do is you just hit control and unselect these edges. So I think in terms of controls and all, for sure Maya is better. But I think the Rhino's Subd also has its own perks in terms of, you can amalgamate both the Subd modeling and also yeah, the nodes modeling. And I think also when you are trying to do that, if you have these curves or these edges as creased, I think it will give you a more like a square profile look, which might be nice. Let's try. Maybe try to do it all the way around. It will be helpful. But I might also want to crease. Sorry, this which is and crease this also. So it, starts to give you more like what I have here. And like I was talking about earlier, that you'll have to like copy this particular surface to give it a different material. So you can do that. So let's just go ahead and maybe crease all of these. Add the grasshopper tools to add Subd loops. CV, I think yeah, there should be. I don't usually work with grasshoppers, so. But you can definitely feed in your Subd in grasshopper, like this particular geometry in grasshopper. Let's go and crease them. And I think you'll have to manually do it here. Let me try and go and select what I selected before, because sometimes, yeah. So this is really helpful, that there's this command which is like select previous selection. So because sometimes if you lose the selection, you can again go back and select those. Hit control and shift, and maybe try to move it in different direction. So if I show it to you in the Arctic mode, you'll start to achieve like this sort of a texture. Let's do the same thing here as well. Oops. Select these guys. Unselect the rest of the loop. And what I like to also do is that I would select this particular loop, and since either I can delete it because it's getting too messy here, enter and delete. And I'm going to select this last loop and maybe move it a little up. And I also need to fix that, select point. So you can imagine like this model, like it took a lot of time to make, I mean, maybe a week or so to work on it. Okay, there is a question. I think if you're using Grasshopper, then yes, you might have to convert it into poly surfaces. But I mean, as much as I know, you can feed in the sub-D directly to Grasshopper to even like use this paneling system that we're talking about. And I don't know, like in terms of like how Maya works in that case. I mean, you can import the like object from Maya to Rhino and then feed that object or geometry, or I think it's BREP in Grasshopper. So you can do that. So yeah, I think I'm not really that happy with this particular part where, let's try if I can select this. Okay, yeah. Maybe move it a little. So like there's a lot of massaging of model that you have to go through. At this point, I feel that if, you know, this particular edge, if it was creased, it would look much better. So let's try to do that. And also, let's go and select this point. You might want to also do the same with this. So if you want to achieve like this sort of thing, you will have to like manually do it here. For sure, Maya is faster, but like as we are working in Rhino, you would have to do the same thing like in all these spaces to achieve something of this sort and explode like these. Like right now, I mean, what I did was like after having that mesh, I converted this whole model into a polysurface. So that's why you see so many segments. But yeah, it takes time to, you know, have these sort of like a clean geometry. And yeah. So if you follow the same process, I think this model in itself was made by the commands that I told you, which is mostly bridging and using a lot of edge loops and what else? Yeah, extruding and all that stuff, and also stitching. So, and for sure, there's a lot of time that goes in, you know, this decision making, whether, you know, this looks like, you know, when you're trying to work on this model, whether one particular part is working with the other or not. Because, okay, I think I'll just quickly show you one thing that while I was working on this particular model, it started with the sketch like I showed you. The kind of sketch that we were working on. So yeah, I think this was the sketch that I was using to develop this model. And after like having this sort of surface or like this fluid geometry, I just used the NURBS-based modeling of Rhino to create, like I think I was showing that in the first part, where you use NURBS-based modeling mostly for the landscape and all these parts. So yeah, I think that's pretty much, yeah, I think that's pretty much it here. And I think I also covered how you can create these sorts of patterns, like they are just in 2 different layers. And this is the usual extrusion of the curves that you were saying. There are questions? Oh yeah, yes. It is. But yeah, it took a lot of time to model this. Because like, you know, I think it takes a lot of time to have these faces, like to get these clean edges and clean surfaces. Like it takes a lot of time for sure, more than Maya. And the rest of this that you see on the ground and everything, all of this was made using the either like through patch command or extrusions, and mostly that. So, and for having these mounds that you see, there's like a certain elevation to it. I use the gauge edit to give it like this sort of thing. I use Keyshot. Yeah, mostly I think the things that you see on the website, they all are Keyshot. And I think the recording will be available. I think Mike might. Mike, would you like to answer? I mean, I don't know when maybe in 1 or 2 days. I'm not sure. So, Jan, it really depends. Like this was purely conceptual. So it literally started with like how I was showing you guys with the sketch. And it takes a lot of time, to think about, okay, where do I want to have a water body and all that. But for sure, like this was conceptual. But like, say, I'm working on a project in which their short is like the site and like it's like a resort. So it starts with the site. So it really depends on the nature of the project that you're working on. Because, when you're like in this case, since it's conceptual, it becomes very easy in a way to say that, oh, these are art galleries and like, all these art galleries are sort of connected with each other. But when you're, say, for example, working with a real site, you think about the program first and then like, and sometimes like some profiles might not really align with the program that you're trying to achieve. Okay, I'm just going to type it. It's called eShot. Yes. The thing is that, I'm assuming that McNeel for sure will be working more in terms of developing the sub-D. I mean, I do feel that there are few things that are needed in the sub-D tools of Rhino, and Maya is much versatile in that sense. So, yeah. So I think it has, I mean, you can, try to make the fluid geometries and everything in Maya and then import it in Rhino and, like do the NURBS-based modeling in Rhino as well. So that is another way of working. But I feel that, like in terms of, say, transformation of like, how I was explaining you, one second. For example, you choose, oops. So you choose this point, and how I was saying that, if you want to move it to a particular point, for example, and it becomes very easy to do these things with Rhino, which I think I find it a little hard. Like, although Maya also has like object snap and things like that, but it really depends on person to person. Like maybe because I work heavily on Rhino, like, okay, I can maybe show you a project that I'm working on right now in which like I think I'm using some demodeling completely for that. One second. Like there is sub modeling and also nerve space modeling that is involved. It might take some time, guys, to get this started, but like this is a very how do you say, more like in a way like constrained, but like the program is such where like this particular wait, I think there should be, I've developed, yeah, so this is the sub-D which I am working right now. So this is like a real site. It's in Boston, and like we are trying to, like my option studio is about adding an extension to this building that's there. So like I'm trying to work on work with sub-Ds and all. So, and I think I have found it really very useful because like the transformation and manipulation becomes very much easier in Rhino. Like I think it has, for now, they both have their own advantages and their disadvantages. So I hope I answered it properly. I think. Curious about the next question. So I think it's just that I have Roberto, like I'm answering your question, that like I think it's just my preference or like this sort of style that I mostly gravitate towards while working. But I mean, it's just in my interest. Like I think I'm very much interested in the kind of experiences that these sorts of forms or like these sorts of geometries produce, you know, like I'm really interested in those things. So, and in terms of influences, like there are so many of them, like Dwayne Euler, Tom Wiscombe, Mark Foster Gabe, Zaha, and even like if you look at earlier works of, I can actually show you that. Like these are very sort of earlier works which I found really inspirational in the sense, like for example, the plan of this church, like, and you know, uses of these geometries which are not really conventional or traditional, and I think I'm more interested to explore, like, you know, the broader implications of these geometries or profiles. So yeah. Which one are you talking about, Arva? That has red connections. Yes, okay. So I think you're talking about Fairy Ground Phantasmagoria, I'm assuming. So this one was completely nerves-based modeling and using the same techniques that I showed you while we were working on it. And this was sort of like, you can read about what this project is about, and like there are these 16 nodes and how they're connected with each other and what this project is basically doing in my website. But like this was also in a way based on one, not one, actually 16, 17 sketches together. And yeah, too much work. But yes, this was also rendered in Keyshot. Keyshot is actually a very powerful and fast way to do these quick renders. I mean, you can actually make it as realistic as possible. Like, although, I mean, that was not really my goal for this project, but yeah. If we have an opening in some to use it, we use it too. Yeah, 1 second. I think I have to go back. Take line and create glass. Yes, I mean, that's like, I think one of the easy, like for example, oops. Like in this case, if you want to have like a glass element here, so either you delete it or you select this space and copy and do it in place. But, and also you have to make sure that you, I'm going to just isolate this, select all these creases. But you know, you'll have to find a way in which, sorry. Siddharthan, to answer your question, I feel that, you know, after a certain point, solid point manipulation, it becomes like, I think if you are trying to do something very fluid, the Rhino model almost breaks. So that's why I prefer cage edit for deformations rather than solid manipulations. I hope I answered your question, Siddharthan. But anyway, going back to this. Okay, I'm a little confused with, where was that question I was looking for? What? I think one of the ways can be that you can freeze. I think the person who just asked me about this, I think I forgot while answering. What was
They're
your
just
question?
asking how to make a window, basically.
Oh, okay. So, so for that, like, in this case, what happens is that I'm sorry, yeah, like you can select these guys. And the thing is that you'll have to like make a copy of it and then, yeah, like isolate it and change the material to it. So that's one way of doing the windows. I'm going to do copy in place. So, and so you see like it created a copy of this, and you can change the material of this into glass. But with this, what happens is that you'll have to, because when you see it in Arctic or in the rendered, it becomes solid, right? So you need to delete that earlier part for the previous concept. So once you have that ribbon isolated, you can just go ahead and delete these faces. But again, what happens is that this, I think I need to delete more parts here because you need to work on this particular area, how it's coming out. Like it's very problematic right now. Like that's what I was talking about, that it takes time to, clean up these geometries and parts. Okay, we are moving to like different sorts of questions, but I mean, GSD has been great. And for sure, like there's a lot to learn, and like there are so many inspirational people, like not just teachers, even the students who come here, like I'm always inspired by them and the kind of works that they do. And in terms of the design language, for sure, I think the reason why I came here was to move away from doing just conceptual projects and doing something like maybe taking it further and actually testing them. So for now, like it really depends on the kind of courses that you choose. Like earlier in my last semester, I took up this course which is called Digital Media Models, and I had a lot of like flexibility in terms of doing my sorts of work. But the nature of the course was such. But when it comes to like these design option studios where you're actually dealing with the site, like for sure, like there are some constraints and setback that you need to like address to. Like for example, in this case, it might look like how do you say it, like it might look like a simpler version, but to actually think about how do you make this facade using, say, space frames and also like trusses, then it becomes very complicated. Like for now, like I'm trying to solve the structure of it, and like yeah, this is what I'm trying to learn. But yeah, in a way, it's sort of good because like I'm actually trying to learn how to deal with these situations in real life. So I'm not sure if it's a constraint, but more like an opportunity to, learn how to do these things. Okay, we have, I think, 10 more minutes. If anyone has any other questions, I can go through those.
Or if anyone wants to come on camera, you can raise your hand if you want to ask. I'm going to bring Siddharth here. So,
Mike, are you saying something? Sorry, I couldn't hear you clearly.
yes, we're bringing Siddharth in. He wants to ask a question.
Oh, should I stop? I think I'll stop sharing my screen.
You don't have to.
No. Hey, Siddharth.
Hi, Sovona. It's been an absolute pleasure to see your work and learn a lot. I know it's something really simple, but the design language you have is really beautiful. I do want to ask you one question though. It's been I didn't attend the first webinar of the one which you did now. But how do you get these sketches and textures so clean? I mean, there is no resolution drop. And how do you take them to Keyshot? And do you actually use any kind of texture mapping or bump, or do you just render it as it is?
I think I render it as it is. I can actually go and show you the models if that's helpful in any way. But I think even while I was showing you guys these processes and everything, and I was just a little unhappy with myself in the sense that how this is coming out. But a lot of time goes in making these decisions. Like, say for example, this, it drives me crazy how this is not clean, for example, so to achieve, say for example in this case, this sort of clean geometry, or even in this, it definitely takes a lot of time for sure, because I'm also concerned about, say, how this curve is sort of working out, and I have to keep changing the views and everything, and because it's all manual modeling. So I was not that great before, or I think with time
I've experienced the same problem, when I want to create too many bevels, and when I crease all it, the entire geometry just tightens. It's not like you can vary the crease strength from 5 to 10. It goes straight to 10. So I've actually faced the problem. But I really enjoyed looking at it this entire webinar.
I'm trying to find my model. Wait, I think I'll just stop sharing my screen because I feel it. I can.
No, but your sketches, right? Do you take just normal JPEGs out of your mobile camera, or do you scan them, because they look really flat? There's not any imperfections when you have hand-drawn sketches. I've noticed that. But do you experiment with them in different scenarios? I was just seeing through your work.
Oh, they are
so
flat.
just wanted.
Yeah, it's literally a picture of if you. Okay, I'll just show the website. But all of these, if you see, these are
You have to share your
I don't
screen,
do anything with the projection of. These are the digital versions, but I think
you have to share your screen again.
Yeah.
Oh, oops, sorry.
It's okay.
I thought. Okay, anyway. Yeah.
Yeah, these ones.
So I think it's just literally taking the picture from the top view. In this it is.
I mean, Sovona's sketching very good also. If you sketch like that, then it will be clean.
Because I think, my sketches for sure, they inform the projects that I do. It's an intangible part of my body of work. So what was, I was looking for the model to show you. Okay. I think once I find, I can just pull it. Sorry.
Yeah, that's cool. Like I gotta learn a lot.
Yeah, I mean,
Listen, you have been
sketching-
doing great work yourself, by the way, I must say.
I'm still learning.
But the drawing like that is like, it comes from the person doing the drawing, right? It's the kind of the part you can't really teach, right? It's kind of like,
Yeah, I mean, it's very like really different. Like,
comes from
people just use
artists.
like really, yeah. I've seen people use like realistic textures, and then I see like someone use their own painting or sketch as a texture. It's very intriguing to look at. So like there's like a lot of depth within it.
Now I remember where I kept it. Sorry, my document management skill is. I'm sorry, Siddharth, I can't find this.
Yeah,
But I
think
can
it's okay.
get back to you.
Yeah, sure.
Trust me when I say they're like.
No, I understand. It's just lot of, but yeah, really nice to attend this webinar. And thank you, Michael, again.
Yeah, of course. Pleasure to have you again.
There's a question. What artists inspire you? I'm looking for artists really who do these sorts of work. So that if you know like some references, please let me know. I mean, I know Zaha is one of them.
Anyone else wants to ask a question on camera or voice? Just raise your hand if you'd like. That's fun stuff. Thank you, Fouad. I'm a terrible sketcher though. I get the point. I just get the point across. It doesn't always look beautiful.
I feel it's not like, I mean, I don't think it's really unnecessary to, know how to sketch well. Especially in the kind of times we're living in. I mean, I feel that like manual modeling, okay, is one of the ways, but like I think when we were having that discussion last time that you can create worlds in 35 minutes, and I'm like, oh my god.
I always go right into 3D model. I can't, I'm just not a good enough sketcher where it would really help me.
Yeah, I think in that sense I have a more classical way of working. Like, yeah, I think I do better when I sketch. And
you sketch very well, so you have a very nice style.
Thank you.
It's the first time I saw this tool. Oh, nice. How about painting, Sovona? Are you still painting, or are you taking a bit of a break?
I struggle with time so much this time, but yes, yeah. Who was asking me about GSD? It's so hectic, guys. Like, I don't.
Well, that's just school
but,
in general, right? Like
yeah.
When you're in school, it becomes kind of like your life at that moment. So I mean, it's
because when the semester started, I bought paints and whatnot. I was like, yay, I'll paint and do all these things, and they're just incomplete. And yeah, but I do try, like at least in the weekend or so. But someone asked me about nature, and how about nature inspirations? Yes, like there are for sure. I mean, I don't remember the name of this photographer, but I'll try to. I hope I can find this. But there's this photographer who takes these pictures of like landscapes and they literally look like paintings. So I'm just gonna show that.
You know, like our master's degree also, it's like, it's a lot of work, right? To get
Yeah.
a master's degree.
Yes,
Like,
I've
it's-
been seeing like they're like so good.
I'm just saying, like, I mean, if anything is called a master's degree, I mean, it's a master's degree. It's going to be a lot of work,
Yes.
you know.
Absolutely. Well, yes, I mean, there's so much to learn. Like, yeah.
They're asking, Roberto's asking if you have any physical models. I feel like I saw some in your stories. I don't know if I saw it on your page though.
Yeah, like I think I don't have the physical models of the space and fractures work, but like we have to, I think this project that I was showing you for the studio, yeah, we have to make a physical model and my final is literally in like 2 weeks. So, so
Good
there
luck.
will definitely be a physical model of this. And
Good.
yeah, the photographer I was talking about, you know, in terms of nature, like these are, is it Walter Patrick? I forgot his name, man, but like these are some pictures which, like, I mean, not this, but yeah, I absolutely love. So
Looks like a paint. Yeah.
yeah. Okay. Do you have pictures of you? No. Okay. Yeah, I think I answered that.
Yeah. I wonder who is. If you find that artist's name, definitely. Any more questions? If not, guess we can call it the end. Are you done there,
Yes.
Sovona?
I think I
Yeah.
did
Cool.
cover all the commands and things that I use.
Mhm.
So,
Great. Well, thank you everybody for joining.
thanks a lot for joining us.
Can you give us idea about your final year projects?
Sorry, what?
They're asking if you can give us an idea about your final year project.
Final year. I still have like 1 more year to go, so I
Yeah.
might do a thesis,
Yeah.
which would be hopefully related to space and fractures. I'm still working on it.
Mhm.
So yeah, I think it's very much on the initial stage right now.
Yeah.
So, but you'll see posts. Or like,
Yes. Go follow us. Go follow Sovona and Space of Fractures. I'll put it one more time there.
Wow. Thank you so much, guys, for joining us today. It was great.
And yeah, afterwards, when the video is ready, usual email with recording, all that fun stuff.
Yeah, I think someone was asking about this, that when will the video be available?
Yeah, they always ask. It's funny. I don't know like what's the right way to do this, because I feel like, God, I just I don't know how to do it. I feel like I need like flashing banner on the website that's like, you can't do anything unless you. Because right now we have it in like terms and conditions. We have it on the registration page, and you have to confirm that you've read it with a yes. Have it on the email on the website. I don't know how else to not get the recording question, but I'll figure it out eventually.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's the information is there. Yeah. It's funny. Yeah. Okay, so yeah, that was awesome. Thank you everyone for joining, and remember we have more webinars next weekend if you haven't seen them, and always more fun stuff on the horizon. And hopefully more with Sovona in the future. And she's less busy with her last year. This year.
No, I think, yeah. Yeah. Thanks a lot, Mike.
Thank you as always. Bye, everybody.
Bye. It was such a pleasure. Bye.